the air helicopter. There's probably an accident that needs
There it is.
You were live
It's
now.
actually my ride.
Oh, is it
Okay,
really?
They're airlifting me now.
It's too early, I'm sorry, you can't go.
Yes. You might need to go at the end, but not now, okay?
We might all need to go.
Come out the back door.
There's nothing wrong with the school.
And I just went by that thing, like maybe, when was that? Like at 4:20, there was no one there. So I must have just went by right before all the excitement.
When we first.
Someone that little.
No, it just, you could hear the
They're
sirens
probably using the
around my
field.
neighborhood, because I
Using
live,
the field as,
Yeah.
yeah, as a drop.
Yeah.
To pick up someone.
What were you gonna say, Rob?
Oh, when we first moved out behind Spring Grove School, I had no idea about air ambulance, stuff like that. I remember being woken up in the middle of the night and I just hear this hell, because they circle a long time before they land. And I'm going, oh my gosh, what's happening? What, there's some military action or something? Because you wake up in the middle of the night, man. So now you get all used to it.
I used to live close to a minimum security prison.
Oh,
The helicopters were circling, you knew somebody taking a walk.
You lived in one of those, be quiet. Don't get that rumor out. We're taping right now.
Ready to go?
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay, I will call meeting to order, but I knew I could pull out my agenda. Do we have any comments or closed session?
Roll call.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't get it out. Okay. Jesus, could you do roll call?
Robert Bernasco.
Present.
Peter Hernandez.
Present.
Elizabeth Martinez.
Here.
Tricia Moore.
Yes, sir.
Elsa Rodriguez. One absent.
And public comments for closed session, I don't see anything. And do I have a move to convene the closed session?
I'll make a motion. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, we will convene the closed session.
What kind of car does Elsa drive?
She's not making, you said I not make it tonight.
Okay.
That's the one.
My nefarious mind is turning.
Spaghetti, it's spaghetti.
Gabe, how are you?
Well, how are you, Rob?
Really?
Good.
Yeah, well, it's about one half busy, so it's like, okay. As you get older, you're like, okay, I need my hands free.
My phone and my keys.
All right, sir. See you in a little bit.
See you in a bit. How are you?
I'm sorry?
How are you?
Okay. You got something to do?
I have plenty. I always have stuff to do. That's a good question. Plenty to keep me busy. You, man? They also asked me to do something on the debt policy. The problem is that president they were asking me. Oh, right. We need it so it's not a final read.
That's the first one.
We need it final. We didn't approve it today.
So since it's advertised as first, because I asked Lisa,
Mhm.
she said advertise that as first, so when it comes up, it's part of the discussion anyways. Let's ask them that we needed a final because of bond counsel.
Right, they do need that today.
Yeah.
So how does that work? How do I ask?
So when they start talking about it, just say, I know that it's being brought to you as a first read, but bond counsel needs this approved in its final stage.
So I can just chime in and say that?
You can just, you can walk up and, say it.
Give Lisa a heads up on
You're welcome, later. She comes in and tell her that, that first read policy that we have for the debt issuance, which is
that? like 13.
So it's 13I.
Yeah,
Let them know that, that one we're gonna need a final rerun.
okay,
And, she'll just prep them.
okay, cool.
It's funny that you say that, because I was asking her, like, should we do this as a final read? She's like, no, it's the first time I've seen it, so they gotta do first read.
Yeah, I talked to, our council seemed to think that it's not a problem having it.
Yeah.
Done.
One thing that I've learned through workshops is that, policies can go through first and second reads, but it's not a must.
Oh, okay.
So most boards like having a dual read, but some boards actually read once and approve. Just like varies from district to district.
Interesting.
The last one I went to was April last year. We had a real comment about stuff like that. Some have a crazy workflow. Where like, let's say you put, like here is, you put the item in. We put it up, it's there, and Lisa and I can see it. They have where I put it in, goes to you, you check it, goes to the next person, they check it. Then the third, fourth floor person is the one that uploads. I'm just like, these are, I'm certified, I've been there.
Crazy.
I even asked one of my co-person, like, how do you check that? She goes, we have a board meeting every other week. I'm like twice a month, she goes, sometimes three. She goes, but our regular meetings are every other week. So they're basically prepping every week.
Couldn't imagine that.
And I'm going, workload, and she's the one that had like triple workload. I'm like, how do you get that? She goes, when I take stuff home, I stay late. I'm like, how do you get home? I just got it done.
Yeah, that is nuts.
I'm like, I'm sorry.
I couldn't imagine. I feel bad that we had to do two this month just for the,
Oh, there have been, if you go back,
just for my stupid budget.
if you go back and look at our history, there was a time that we had almost every week, like for 3 months straight. It was a special. And the regular, special, regular, special. It was not for a while. Times it like,
It's too much. I mean, even board
high school
members.
does too, don't they?
Do they do a lot?
I wouldn't say they did.
Wow. Look at that. That's ridiculous. Oh, man, there's some food in a few minutes and then,
I was gonna get some grub.
all right, yeah, I'm gonna go, yeah, I can grub first.
I know that if I don't, I'm gonna get caught up in something and one doesn't need to come.
It is open. Last person. Nobody's. Are we taking one of these?
Oh, no, we gotta go. I think that's the card.
Speaker's card, yes. Anyway, number one.
Awesome.
Where are we gonna sit? Sounds like church.
Yeah, let's sit up here with microphones.
Well, she did ask us to sit up close. It's called Old School Fit Around.
Should we be right? I don't want to be there. I don't want to be. I don't want to be early. I don't want to be.
But she wants to sit up front or by the edges where we can.
Second row.
We're moving up there, so
Do we timestamp?
Huh?
Timestamp.
Yeah, put time on it.
Wow, this is really close.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sit here.
If we do these two here.
Yeah.
And then we have these two
So
here.
for our group,
Yeah,
yeah, good idea.
kind of save
Everybody sees.
for Jenny and everybody, so
Yeah.
we can save these two rows.
Okay. So it says, I wish to make a presentation on the public comments, or is it, I wish I addressed the board, do we got an agenda
Did
item?
Jenny text back what she wanted?
Shall I just check both? What time is it?
You know, I always kind of miss.
Public-
they don't
no,
really
public
give us
comment.
notice,
Like,
but, like, they, you know, like last year, it's like they really.
Yeah,
Yeah, like, I mean, they ripped them off my wall.
Name?
I would just put our
Oh,
for now.
address, date, what's the date today?
Today's date is the
28th.
28th of February. Last day of the month.
Thanks, everybody.
Organization you represent.
That's what I'm saying, I was thinking, head out over there to that little table.
Are you collecting the speakers for it?
No, they'll go in this red basket right
Oh,
there. Yeah, so when you fill them out, just stick them right there.
all right.
All right.
And there, we just step right out there and eat.
Okay, we need a couple more lights on.
I agree. They don't have to-
Where do you want to sit and eat, on the carpet? We can sit on the carpet. How about? No, I'm not gonna hold it in my lap and eat over right there. If you want, we'll sit here on the carpet. And you can sit in the chair. Too late, I made a choice. No, I'm easy, come on. But if I want to put ketchup on my fries, I can't very well put it in my
Oh,
lap.
I never, I seen her in action with the ketchup.
What do you mean? I'm
Got a box of cake for us?
No, she's
not.
On my work.
He's a piece of cheesecake. Just kidding. Oh, wait, I saw a video about that. Oh, I see.
For shame, public, you remember we were just talking about that, social media, no.
Oh, I like this.
No, it's not good. It's all blue. Here comes somebody
It's
already.
all blue. Huh? What? Oh, it's round.
Rounds around.
Is it too big for you?
I'm surprised, I thought it was gonna be bigger.
Yeah, they're a little tight. I mean, this is an extra large. I feel like Western's is okay.
I like it bigger.
It won't shrink
You should
though.
see my, the other one, my shorts.
No,
before,
I
it's
checked.
like
It's 50% cotton, so it's not gonna shrink at all. What size is that? Small.
Because usually small is pretty big.
Yeah.
So this is what.
Well, usually it should be, because aren't they supposed to be universal? That's like a small name.
Yeah, it must be putting on weight. That's usually my t-shirts are pretty big.
And then you got, hi. And Catherine, you have the junior walker, right?
Yes. Because she had a price.
You want ketchup, Catherine?
Yes.
Okay. There's some in there.
So I made something I just didn't like.
Or?
There was a recipe I read about. It was, I think I told you about.
Here.
It was honey mustard pulled chicken as opposed to like pulled rice. The picture looked good. I used a bunch of honey mustard from like Burger King or something. And then I put some real mustard like Dijon to give it some kick, but it just, I don't know, it was just all dried out. It was sat in the crock pot for like 4 hours. So it was like,
Maybe by like day 3, it'll taste a little more. No?
you know, I've had some tortillas, but anything in the fried tortilla is good. It was what I had to do.
French fries and make it into a chimichurri, and it'll taste better.
Yeah, you have to use the right honey mustard. If you don't use the right honey mustard, yes, it's not gonna work. It doesn't matter how long you slow cook that stuff.
Well, I tasted it midway, and I was like, okay, this sauce is boring, so I put in a little bit of beer, really jazzed it up. Thank you, Catherine.
You're welcome.
Yes. I didn't say it first because the brown was full. Not that I haven't stopped me from coming before.
That's right there.
I don't know by now. I don't mind the driving.
So, I've had Burger King for a long time. It was like maybe 4 years.
But didn't a teacher do that?
Have to have and all that.
No, like the whole map, I mean, that's pretty,
But
Nice
that may have been
handwriting.
what, that may have been what the kids came up with, and that may have been what she
Mhm.
transferred at the end.
Of course.
Unless it's 5th grade. And she had one child who,
I actually like all the pictures I go like to support you.
I like that guy's picture with it. The old ears
I
and.
like the cone head of the Washington, looks like an alien. The way it's like,
Hey. That was a compliment.
No, he's a cokehead from Saturday night. Like teaching history about George Washington and his ventures.
His wooden feet.
Looks like a big part of the.
Well, they made out of the ivory though, wasn't there something?
I
I have, a no, I have
I
a
thought it was
book that
out of wood.
actually gave the actual, I have a, I'll find it in.
I. Maybe that's after he became president.
Yeah, he was able to afford that.
Yeah. Or maybe in his diplomatic, diplomacy, maybe with somebody gave it.
That was your, I'll think of that one, I'll look into it.
Once a year, it's easier. Like, just give it in your lap. I'm like, how am I gonna get it in my lap?
And Abe Lincoln was supposed to have Parkinson's syndrome.
I could see it.
Yeah. I had two principals with those wanted me to religious. Get into the car. Literally, I was in the car and I call within 20 minutes. You guys are just like, I just press the screws. I go, I need to know if I finished at 4 o'clock. Because I have 2 jobs I do. And I'm in my car driving and my phone rings and it's like, okay, your principal just called me for a reference. You know, because I got the call, because one of my references called and told me she just got the call, and, you know, and with the questions. I go, oh, really? I go, wait a minute, you called me now. I can't even make it out of Hollister.
So usually they
It might
call
be less than 20 minutes.
the last place that you work at, and they call the principal, right? But the thing is, what does this have to do?
It was sort of at the end of the year, they needed somebody in there, and I had all the right. I mean, my resume was tight, I had, you know, every question they asked me, I had the answer, and then it came up, you know, in the end, they wanted to know 3 vocabulary words to describe yourself. So I chose 2 that were kind of open-ended or kind of could allude to other things. I thought the third word I chose, I decided, you know what, I probably don't really need this word, so I'm gonna choose this one to retrieve that, and they didn't, so it was assiduous. It's very assiduous.
Okay, now give me the definition.
Can you know
Nope.
that? Just means you're diligent and hardworking. Like you study seriously, diligent, hardworking study. So it's actually it has more than one definition. So all my words have kind of, they figured, well, so I can't go wrong, but the one that they didn't know. And in turn, instead of saying 3 words, then the conversation would continue and I could give them more information.
Oh, yeah.
You see, because I just told you, the things have turned into parts. Diligent.
So I got more words in there.
Right, yeah. So all of my interviews are kind of trying to I try to answer the questions, so it leaves me more room to speak rather than cut it off.
That's kind of easy. I hate interviews. It's like, you know, you're like, you forget, if you don't go to an interview and not.
Well, sometimes you just dress wrong. I went to an interview in Pacifica, and I just knew I walked in the door, I was wearing the wrong thing. I walked in the door and I was wearing, I'm Asian actually, but it was like black with a black silk top, you know, a Japanese kimono type thing. And when I walked in, the vice principal was wearing he was wearing white khaki pants and a blue pullover. The principal was wearing a white button shirt and a fluffy scarf. I mean, they were all dressed to reach. And Pacifica, I was dressed for San Jose, and that was wrong.
And you know,
You
sometimes
gotta know how to dress.
when you go to these meetings, sometimes you know walking out there, how's it gonna go. You just gotta feel like it's gonna click or not, right?
No,
Oh, yeah, one of my interviews, I just didn't like their teaching method. Actually, asked them. Well, do you know what breathing is? There was a charter school, Oasis. And they don't believe that a child should even pick up or hold a pencil until they're 6. like the writing process is just too much. We don't do that.
So what about all that free?
So I just, and so they were talking, and so the kindergarten, I was supposed to talk to the kindergarten teacher, and I was talking, I'm coming from a different school. And I go, so do you do phonemic awareness? And they just looked at me, and they go, that's a question for a kinder teacher. And she didn't know what that meant. So I was like, I don't. Because I had pretty much secured the job. The guy told me I secured the job because I went in first and taught the class.
Yeah.
Oh my God. They had all.
Guys are saying it's in there.
And so I did pretty much the idea of the job. I just need to do it. Because the more I learned about that, the less I wanted to work for that. So
I find that navigators, interviews really intense. Those ones are hour interviews. Boy, and then you have to do a lesson plan.
Oh, I have to do it.
And then they give you a review of it was like one interview after another, you have like 5 minutes to do that, and that's it.
Well, what about the time I was tired? They let me know that I was being tired. And she goes, oh, yeah, but I didn't realize all of a sudden. My friend, this was the worst. And they were sitting on the stage asking her questions. That's a pretty intimidating.
And you get less like rice and more.
Yep, we did the card, guys. Always.
That's all.
Hey, so I'm definitely gonna have to order shrimp from you because I do not have blue. I do a Blu-ray.
Well,
But this is from the other order, but I'm looking for a t-shirt or.
So the new shirts that we're gonna have, okay, so you can order the ones the kids are ordering, this is stuff I ended up today.
This is
No,
actually.
It's normal, it's an order too.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
a kid, it's
Okay.
actually, like, the little kids small if you like. Ours.
I'll connect with
Okay.
them.
So
People say
whatever,
you'll
the ours are gonna be tie-dye.
Yeah, because I thought obviously, because look at the slide.
I think it's cool. I think it's
Like solid color tie-dye. I'm like, okay.
That kind of stuff, the name is tie-dye.
Yeah. Well, it's the design, you know?
Yeah.
So I said, well, here's the concept we're going for. Every grade has a class color. The staff has a actual different color tie-dye. And we're all kind of, so I guess everyone is all different colors. Okay. So then the logo, the We Are the Huskies, will be on that. And the other ones will be, okay. Will be, all right. That's my arm. Like a dark gray with the logo on it, the staff.
Okay.
And then we're gonna have logos. Which way the polos will say our staff.
And the polos.
Yeah. Well, it's a polo shirt, like a.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, when you like to call.
yeah,
But
yeah. So you're gonna send us sample sizes of that and the jacket, so we can try them on before we.
Oh, yeah, so that's like, because I practically. Just them sometimes.
Let's see.
Well, I think they're taking a
Oh, actually. The girls came in.
I had to go there, and I think this is actually video, and then I have to look at the RT. So she's like, "Oh, I didn't have to go lose my just screen." But I think, well, and I wanna, I mean, see how she's
It was nice because I really have some
Never have this.
So then again,
and it was great, because I opened to the side, and they told me to
the actual. Oh, yeah. And then actually, and then my favorite one was and then the first issue where I did
all through it, and the girls. So that's never our hearing.
Oh, yeah. That way it's supposed to stay.
Hey, Dan, sorry.
So I think it's gonna be.
Because I can't work on other stuff.
Close up there. Wow, never caught all that.
Well, yeah, I got my nap back.
Oh, nice shot.
So what am I gonna do for first?
I teach me.
I don't know if you want to.
I teach me.
Well, I had to put it down.
So what I want to do is see what she's done. But I also, on my, school sounds up. They also, but I talked to Ian, I was only there, I mean, 2 days a week. So I didn't really get to know any of that stuff, so I got people that can call and. So I know ahead of time. Okay, so we do, you know how they have the 345 battles? You have your K-1-2, and then 3-4-5, and then the winner of those. And there's always been us because everybody at the field I'm like next to me over there, right? That was my first year ever doing that.
So I tried other courses and I got. Sorry, I advised.
Give her a-
I got advice.
These are all straight.
And there's just so many. Again, I'm not knocking it because it's the first year we're doing it. But there's a lot of stuff. That's also what the PTO is. Yeah, PTO is there too, but that's getting shorter too. So like that's helping too. For the back. Yeah, that part. We're working on it. So last year was me, Mary. We were in the PTO last year. So this year it's me, Mary, Elise, and Griego. And the Rivera family, God for them, they've been coming. So we're getting there. It's a work in progress. You better watch it or I'm gonna start emailing you all of our stuff and what's wrong with this and then fix it. So I'm trying to work out. Yeah. Oh, the lollipop show. Yeah. And it's so funny because like after I pursued 500 of them, I'm all like, oh, say this and that. And they're like, that's why I asked you to proofread. I'm like, okay, but do you know what I think I'm bringing my hammer down? And I'm like, it looks good and like on my phone, it's great. But then like, at least got that. So we also touch it. We might get one of those big, huge whiteboards. Yeah, people like to see us. Yeah. On our side. I had to have my buddy get me up. I just whatever you got with the new shirt. That's all yeah, of course. Okay, so, you know what, let me
Yes. Well,
It was funny because I go,
This is Mary.
you might. So I was like, he was coming in, I was like, oh. What if they want time to come together, I know, you know, so. I was just you're gonna get his ears, so. So what I thought was when she, her name gets called, did you put Denise's name down or just?
No, I
We put our name down. Okay, so then Denise will go there.
he can go.
And we just, you know what, I say we just all come out and like line up along in front of all the stuff. Because it's all the stuff that there's some, some of you guys are, whatever it is. That's why I'm not sure I don't stop. Right? Because it was funny, because I go, hey, does it, because it's a button up? And I go, my question is, I'm like, is it like cheap feeling? He was like, no, it's this guy from California, like, it's super awesome for like California. I feel like a medium weight jacket. Alright, I go find it. Oh, like this? We are the Huskies. All our colors. You need to like go to
And my car. Everything has to be done. Of course we are. It was perfectly ordered and sent in and brought out. You know, we all have that before that you're not going to wash it. I know it's a gross smell. Such a gross smell. We got you, Mary. We got you, Mary. It's all of us? Yeah. We got a car, Harry. Hey. And all, how are you? Okay. So that in case things change, that somebody else wants to order. Perfect. Okay.
Anybody just here wants to chat?
Lorraine, what were you planning to say?
Okay, you. I need to sit up in front. What do you say? No.
I just figured we got to get up. Yeah. We can go up there.
I just know I'm going.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm moving in. I figure we can.
Okay.
Go out this way. Sit next to you. At a moment of transition, and someone else is getting up to speak or whatever, we can.
I put the little post on your line.
Especially people who are on staff. Yeah.
I've been to but I didn't read the word for word. How are you?
I'd love to meet that. She seems like she'd be great to work with. You saw yourself short.
I'm writing a handwriting note that is next to it. That way I can make sure to check it out.
Oh, I didn't think I would have anything. This is what I'd be at work tomorrow.
Examples.
So windbreaker, polo.
There's things that we show.
No, and we're gonna have the.
You're not alone.
T-shirt or long sleeve shirt. Now, you want to listen to
Well, I agree that. You're going to the remodel and have something.
We'll have our own staff. Oh my God. Somebody like that.
They're not living a particular market. They're not just to say you guys suck. This year. Our benchmark was their math benchmark. We were 95% advanced. And mine were,
It's what the flag said.
so there was growth. There was growth. Yeah, but you realize especially because we're just too big.
Oh, yeah.
So I mean, hopefully I can have more success.
Anyway, I will see you on Sunday.
And it's at the airport. We have the,
And then the district.
My kids, they could sell you love that.
Okay. I'm doing a race race. And that one
They had video. And it's saying, when she comes away, some of the kids, I'd love to see how. I love that.
I totally want that. Okay.
They figured it out. So I gave them,
that's why I want to go.
Which excited teaching about potential energy and transfer energy and energy from it's like ours, flavored and I'm so excited that I'm and the whole program is like that. I mean, every lesson that I've done, there was one lesson I didn't love, and it was because my kids had a really hard time coming up with how to so the long landslide can happen. They just didn't have enough background before doing that lesson. So it was a crazy idea. I mean, so how are we going to keep this unplugged? You know, it's a real engineering problem that right now is like, right. But that was the only one I haven't liked. Every other experiment, and they do bubbles in plain water and bubbles in like Play-Doh. And they have machines that make little bubbles and that's just running on that doesn't, you know, I think about it, like looking on them, talking about how much more power was people in those eruptions. And, you know, as opposed to, you know,
I don't know, I get the like the child. Well, and I'm like, all right, he was listening. But he was like, he's almost perfect. He was still talking to me about it, right? And then he could know, and I'm like, oh, you're like, he was like, that's awesome, you're fun. Oh, well, I asked my hoodie. How do I figure out? Oh, my hoodie, not so much blanket, I was kind of like, I'm cold and I needed a hoodie, like, right, I got rid of my hoodie. I used to but we're gonna, want to be right up front? We're gonna go.
Kind of like tiptoe out.
I don't know, transition.
Why not say like a quarter?
But we used to, I had to go to well, and I was the only contact that they had. So like technically the way it works, you can't sit and then table unless you're a board member. But, you know, they're supposed to sit at the adjacent table. They have to follow the grounding. It's very strict. It's quite strict. But I mean, I could see maybe even a retired teacher.
I want to be. I'm like, oh, no, but he wanted a voice when he was waiting. You know, like 5 years from now, I want to feel confident that my child in the
It just seems like
and that is going to I'm happy to be everybody down okay, if you don't like it, don't look. You know, what would you like to do about this that just is me? Like, so you either turn the other way. One of two things. Like, I don't want to do it. I like it like it. So if you don't, that's your problem. It's not mine. And so, and I can totally see him. He can get there. He can get there. He's kind of hard, you know. And he's in a, and I went to teach him he's in a good place. He still gets very angry. He's definitely different. He gets angry. He has weird things to me. Maybe there, maybe not there. Yeah, there's more spiders in his class. And that's where I see him getting so I've seen him go in. Yeah. So that's why I don't want to get as far as some of the all of them. There's some great ones. But there's enough of us to
I heard some things today and I was maybe they're like, they seem like overall nice guys. They weren't really gonna fight, but they don't
I don't know.
They give you a microphone.
Just like
Yeah. No, I think it should be in
I know we're gonna have not that. I'm gonna take my time.
You have a good voice. I could give it a whirl and read it dramatically.
I cannot. That's why she was we're all here.
And you have a good volume. You know, he's normally like that. You know, we were studying interesting and it was like Utah and someone talked to him when he was responding. And he's like, I haven't seen rules for everybody. Isaiah, well, you know, I have to
Okay, let's use that one. Providing
so that now, I was going to teach for
Okay, so why not take 10, and then I take 10. I don't know how many you can write. So many questions. That's what I mean, 22 is not really that big, but it depends on right. Yes.
That's hard too, because you have to look at it, there's like some, it's like, well, this is there's some that are like, no,
She asked me, I didn't do anything. I'm not even good. Your friend is not even good. I thought again, he was mad at me too.
he turned in a paper that was all like pictures.
Yeah, no.
And then he turned one in where he just copied all the and so I don't know that we already How do you get away with it? You're stuck in that cycle. So, what is that?
Lake Wobegon. Oh, the children will go down.
That's like the,
Lake Wobegon. Oh, it's Lake Wobegon. It's a comedy show. NPR comedy show. My grandmother. Tales of Lake Wobegon. Very like
and it was smart. Not so smart. I think it's you remember that?
Yes. I'm a little behind on my I remember that.
I was concentrating.
Introducing to the idea of didn't jump in. I didn't know the date was much. Right. So I'm contemplating. I got a lot on my plate. I like to do it because then we can do it. So I kind of feel like I need to stick with that plan. I didn't either until I got that email and seeing what it was coming. So I texted him, are we doing this? And he's like, well, we should. And I was like, okay. Thanks for saying that. Our field trip that we would do is engineering, and then we got to roller coaster on the so it kind of like all there. March 8th, like March 27th, and April. So April 8th, I will have here.
Let's start with slow down. Speed up for 5 minutes. But if I look down here, I'm going out there, I see this. And so, get it up. Speed up. Right in 5 minutes. Your car's still not ready. You need to drive it. And then ready. You'll get 5 days before it's set.
She's going. Yeah, she goes. I think she's down on
Yeah.
Yes. Especially
that's a good way to get
I will take those because she was going and she got married. And it was free and transportation was paid for. And he said, check out.
I would definitely say, hey, can you send APS? I mean, maybe like one game, like on iPad, but I think she
We sat in the car, we went in. Drive to Beijing, drive here. You you don't wait there. They know each
So I asked her, and she
I used to like.
The board cannot take
Well, what I was worried about is
So they go to that has to be.
Just to put it out.
I'm ready to read through everything. Last time we played it more detailed service figures.
That's right.
Remember that? Awesome live.
I'd like to call the meeting back to order. The announcement from closed session. We'll do the kids first. Yeah. We're gonna have some students from Sierra Vista lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And then we have
Stand for the pledge of allegiance.
Ready? Salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
They'll come up after we do this. Are you ready? Oh, that's for your other award. You tell me if we're ready. Yeah, you're ready. Okay. All right, we'll go ahead. Okay. You have a wait for everybody. Just a second.
Ms. Hill, the principal of Sierra Vista, will present some certificates.
We'd first like to thank Razmeet Brar and Deepinder Romi Mann for their excellent job today. And also I'd like to announce that Razmeet is the finished second place in the county spelling bee. So we are very proud.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you.
Hey, congratulations. What's your name? That's me. Congratulations. What's your name? Rowan. Nice.
Next, we'd like to recognize our yard duty staff. Each year, as you know, we honor a different group of people who make our schools great. Each principal has their turn, and it's my turn now. And we would love to recognize the excellent job that our yard duty staff continue to do for us day in and day out. And they're not all here, but Gail Betts is here. I'll give that to her tomorrow. Estella Garcia. Leslie Monroy. Esmeralda Osorio. And Lily Yamasaki, I know, is with her sons doing sports today. I'd also like to recognize our PTO, starting with Anna Padilla, President. down, maybe I'll do that, but then it's hard to do, answers to the kids. Yeah. And our Vice President, Yadira Barrios. And our Secretary, Dana Diaz. And Treasurer, Kayla Reiniger. On Wednesday. Thank you so much. Thank you.
In closed session, the board voted 4 ayes, 1 noes, 1 absent. The governing board of the Hollister School District acted in closed session to not re-elect the following probationary certificated employees, employee 14349 and 141155. Now I need a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
First, I need to pull a couple of items and put those into discussion action. So staff would like to ask for, for item number 12A, 12B, and 12C to be pulled and, actually not pulled, but just put into discussion action.
I have a speaker card for Cheryl Rios. Cheryl, 11O and 11P are consent items. And so those generally are not, unless they're pulled by the board to have a discussion. You could move your comment to public comments if you like, but since it's in concession, there's no discussion. And so there can't be any questions on items that are up for discussion.
I was gonna ask for them to be pulled from the consent agenda.
That's not appropriate. It's for the board to determine.
So if you'd like to make your comment in public comments.
Sure. Okay. The board may delete things, items from the posted agenda and also add items to the posted agenda. Such items are added, arise for emergency situations. Now, number 9, we will do public comments.
We need to approve the agenda.
I'm sorry?
We need to approve the agenda. We need a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
All right, we had a motion to approve. We have a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. So then we will go on to public comments.
And just, I wanted to ask, since I have certain speaker cards that were marked both under public comments and agenda items, we have to pick one or the other. So if you'd like to speak either during public comments or when the item comes up. And
Which would be more appropriate.
you can choose however you'd like.
to wait for the item to come up or right now for public comments?
I think it makes more sense for us to speak to it after the presentation.
After the presentation, okay. And this is item, what item are you referring to in the agenda? Just so I'm clear?
Well, and we have a question too, in that it looks like an actual approval of reduction of classified staff is not on the agenda tonight. Okay, so, so our item, I guess, would then, be the one, the discussion of the reduction plan, since it's not on the agenda to actually vote on that.
Which is what items? And,
I'm sorry, I'm not wearing my glasses.
okay. I just want to make sure I'm. 13E?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Anna, is that the same request? Yes, for 13E? Okay. Susan Postigo, 13E? Allison? Same. Kim?
The same.
And Melissa?
Thanks.
I forgot to read the housekeeping notes. The board is taping, the meeting, and, for broadcast, for filming, made at the direction of the board, beginning the meeting as appropriate, and the camera is over there. I want to welcome you all to the Board of Trustees meeting, and members of the audience are invited to address the board on any subject as nice as an agenda when the item is being discussed. To help the board conduct meeting efficiently, the board asks that you, if you wish to make a comment, you complete a speaker's card and present it to the board clerk prior to the meeting, to the item being discussed, and wait to be called upon. 3 individual speakers will be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each item, and the board shall limit the total public input to 15 minutes. So those of you that wanted to speak on 13E, which is more than 5 people. So either you decide amongst yourselves who wants to speak, and with board consent, the president may increase or decrease the amount of time allowed for public presentation depending on the topic and the number of people wishing to be heard. The president will take poll of the speakers for and against a particular issue and ask for additional persons to speak only if they have something new to add. Speakers are advised that their speech may be open to civil liability if they choose to discuss a particular person as staff. It involves complaints against staff. The speakers in this instance are encouraged to speak with the complaint officer or the superintendent for the complaint process. The public may also speak to the board on subjects not on tonight's agenda in the public comment section. Speakers are again asked to complete a speaker's card and present to the board clerk. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to comment to the board. The total number limit to the time in public comment for each item is 15 minutes. Board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allotted for public presentation depending on the topic and the number of people wishing to be heard. The president shall make take a poll of the speakers for or against a particular item, and ask for additional people to speak only if they have something new to add. As an unagendized item, no response is required from the board and or the district staff, and no action will be taken. However, the board may ask the staff to follow up. Were there public comments?
Yes, there are.
Excuse me, I can say where I will in my public comments.
And I'm Melissa Prater, and I will also change the public comment.
Yes, yeah, public comments, please, Mr. Manager.
Jessica. Curry. Thank you. Your name on the Mark.
Just out of curiosity, there's so many people here that are on the clock. Why do you limit it to 5 people?
You're allowed 3 minutes for a total of 15.
So why do you only allow 15 minutes? If you're
That was a
70
board
people-
decision,
So too
and
many people are here.
it's
on
board
the-
policy.
We're talking, they want everybody heard.
Okay, want to call in your first question?
Mr. Supervisor, this is a board policy,
That's what I asked.
so I encourage you to read the policy, so you.
That's what I'm asking. Right?
Well, not since then.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. We're gonna end up with too many public comments and not enough on the actual agenda, so we're gonna end up with probably having way more than the 15 minutes over here. Pardon me?
Can I change it to 13G?
13G? Yes. Your,
Hannah Champion. Thank you.
thank you. Okay, I'm a little bit confused. The card states Arl Harden staff. Okay. You can come up to the podium.
Good evening. My name is Denise McNett, and I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of our Hardin staff. It has been brought to our attention that due to district reconstructing, Ms. Duzon will be involuntarily removed from our Hardin School at the end of this year and replaced with a different half-time vice principal. We strongly urge you to reconsider this plan. As a lifetime resident of San Bernardino County, Ms. Duzon has a vested interest in the success of the students in our community. In the short time that she has been at our site, Ms. Duzon has gotten to know each student on site by name and by need. She has worked tirelessly to build positive relationships with the more challenging students and their parents. Ms. Duzon strives to provide us strong leadership, a steady hand, and a powerfully positive attitude during tough times. Along with Ms. Hatchett, Ms. Duzon has worked hard to build and nurture a united school culture. She has implemented TLAC strategies and the PBIS disciplinary approach, which is totally unique to our district. And more importantly, she has helped to bring an air of positivity back to the entire community of R.O. Hardin School. To replace her with another administrator is definitely not an optimal option, since it takes the essential support away from the students and the staff, and it weakens our program. Last year, the Board of Hollister School District approved a plan to make R.O. Hardin a priority school. As a result of being designated a priority school, the R.O. Hardin community students and staff have been through tremendous change. We've worked through a remodel and adapted to the often updated timeline for completion. We've experienced 2 grueling weeks of intensive training prior to the start of the regular contract year. We have worked diligently to apply the training to follow a program with which most of us had never had prior experience. We have been observed weekly and coached to improve our instructional delivery and rigor of our lessons. We have forged relationships with the new teachers and the instructional assistants at our school. We have adjusted to new administrators who have been with us and behind us in every change. It has been a tumultuous year. Asking us to adjust to yet another administrator just when our efforts to improve student achievement are starting to pay off is detrimental to our staff, students, and community. Terminating an excellent administrator like Ms. Dizon, who has worked tirelessly for our school, experienced the changes and growth with us, and who has completed all of the same specialized training we had, is indeed short-sighted. In 2009, at the worst of the economic downturn, the Hollister School District Board of Trustees voted to protect the jobs of the newer teachers at the Hollister Dual Language Academy because their training was specialized and the program was new. This precedent allows this board to place R.O. Hardin's vice principal under the same protection. We are only 1 year into our program, a program invested for the success of some of the most vulnerable students in the district. We have been identified as a priority school, and we ask that you, our Board of Trustees, prove that we are indeed a priority and protect the school from more change. We ask you to reconsider carefully and reinstate Ms. Dizon as the vice principal at our Hardin School.
Good evening. I am here to talk about the consent items 11.0 and 11P. And I want to give you, Dr. Andrew often says context matters. And with these contracts for private speech therapists, you need to have some context before you approve them without any discussion. I was here before and talked about how these should never be considered consent items because they are so very different from what your staff SLPs face every day. 2 years ago, district negotiators proposed a separate salary schedule for our psychologists. HESTA agreed to the proposal. The need to include SLPs was also discussed. Both parties shared an interest in this and agreed to future discussions. Then, Hollister School District was hit with the county audit. This and all other talk of salary increases was tabled by the district. Hence, HESTA received only a 1% across the board salary increase. HESTA took the board at their word that all salary talks were off the table until the audit was resolved. We have an SLP schedule on the table and a 2% across the board salary increase on the table. And more context. All previous and current contracts put before the board for these private speech therapists total $351,500 for a total of 2.0 FTEs, compared to an average SDC or HSD FTE salary of about $75,000. Since the board has already approved $216,000 for contract SLPs and will likely approve an additional $115,000 tonight, the board is obviously not as concerned about the hit to HSD from the county audit as you have previously commented. According to Rick Luff's caseload numbers presented in previous and in tonight's special education presentation, these SLPs serve 108 students. While we have contracts for a combined 2.0 SLPs, we also have dedicated full-time SLP-A, which is an assistant, and another dedicated full-time paraeducator. So truly we need 4 SLPs because
Only the SLP can do assessments, write assessment reports, write IEPs, communicate with parents, and conduct meetings. On February 16th of this year, Rick Luss told the special education staff that the increased psychologist salary drew a large pool of applicants for posted openings. We didn't need to hire expensive contract psychologists. So what can the board do to fulfill their fiduciary responsibilities? One, they can have Erica Sanchez submit postings for 4 SLP openings. If you don't find people to fill those positions by August 7th, the start of the school year, then you can seek contracts. You can instruct your bargaining and management teams to have a policy that private SLPs will have salaries that are reflective of HSD SLPs. Lastly, you can instruct your bargaining team to go back to the table in the next 2 weeks to add SLPs to the current psychologist salary schedule as originally proposed. This will put us on even footing for the ever decreasingly small pool of credentialed SLPs. My comments tonight are about the process. They are not about the people that we have hired. They are exceptional SLPs, and we do need them in our process, and we need to try to find district SLPs. Thank you.
And Gabriel?
Hello. I just wanted to comment regarding my concerns for the task force findings to reduce the paras in the classrooms. My nephew is in a classroom. He has autism. He's in 2nd grade. And I know at the beginning of this school year, the first months, he did not have enough paras in his class. His class is a lot of new little children, and one student actually left the school grounds, was down the road at another school location. That was really concerning. I know that if there had been more paras, that probably would not have happened. They need more supervision, not less, and that is just a real concern of mine. I'm looking at this paper that I can't really read the don'ts, but the do's. You know, it says focus paraprofessional support on health, safety, and behavior needs, which is great. They need them, but they also need their academic needs met too, because it says rather than academic needs. My nephew deserves his academic needs to be met as well, and that, you know, he is one that is high maintenance. He requires more supervision, and I just would feel horrible if his teacher had one parent in the class, and the students that I know that are in that class with him right now, there's no way that they could even learn anything. That's just what I'm going to say, because I'm so concerned about less parents in the class. I just don't understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Curie.
Hello, my name is Jessica Curry. I have 2 kids in your school district. One is Sacramento, is fine. The other one is Sunny Slope. He has an IEP, has had it since he was 5 years old in kindergarten. Your district, you guys need to open up your eyes. I have talked to Mr. Lust, he is great. Ms. Andrew is great. You guys need to go and sit in these classrooms. See what these kids are like. See how hard these aides work. I saw a kid take off and try and jump the fence to get to Vets Field. I have seen cops find our kids walking, which is not our principal nor vice principal's fault, but they're the ones chasing after them. I see our vice principal jumping in her car to try and go find a child because we do not have enough help. I get it. We need to save money. There has to be other ways. You guys just need to sit in a classroom, please. Just like how we need to fix 25, go sit in one of these classrooms for weeks. And I know Mr. Les he's a great guy. I truly, but I have a child too that last year, he would go and hide. Nobody knew where he was. And it's not a fun feeling as a parent. And I get it, you guys are trying to do your job, you're great, it's open communication, I love that. But these are our kids, and if nobody's gonna fight for them, I don't know why we should keep electing you guys. Thank you.
Melissa Prater?
Hello, and thank you for listening. My name is Melissa Prater, and I'm the mother of 2 children in the Hollister School District, and I ask that my comments please be recorded. I have never been asked or surveyed my opinion on special ed or proposed cuts. My 2nd grade son has a one-to-one aide and has been receiving services via his IEP since the age of 3 impairment. I'm concerned about the cuts facing our already thin special education department. We have lost our amazing one-to-one aide for my son, who's been with him for 2.5 years because of these proposed cuts. She was a gift to the Hollister School District, and now she's gone. There's a domino effect that happens when resources to those who need it most are thinned out, when they have already been sparse to begin with. I was shocked about the limited amount of time that my son, who has profound motor impairment and speech impairment and uses a wheelchair, gets for speech and occupational therapy, presumably to the high caseload of the therapist. I was shocked when I learned about the sparse resources for fill-ins when his one-to-one aides out sick and how it creates a ripple effect for other students needing one-to-one. With fewer resources, your special education staff will begin to experience even larger burnout, resulting in frequent staff turnover, expensive new hire training processes, and less experienced and less qualified staff to work with your vulnerable students, which will cause these students to fall further behind. Staff morale will be impacted and in turn impact the students. I must admit, I know very little about how to run a budget for a large district. However, I do know something about budgeting. To get more money, you need to make more money and trim from your excess. If you're struggling ongoing with your monthly bills, you could choose to pay your rent, but cut your cable. If you're buying food and throwing it away, buy less food. Don't plan for a kitchen remodel if you can't pay your mortgage on time. I understand the desire and support of expanding access for all students in STEM activities and technology, and I can understand concerns about the deficit for the district. I fully support grant seeking opportunities and perhaps even a staff member to support employees seeking grants on behalf of their classroom students of the district. But to trim the services from those that need it most, the most vulnerable of our school population, is not the way to reach your goals to improve education for everyone. Our special education programs and students are not the excess you need to trim. Thank you.
I respectfully request that my comments be entered on the record for this meeting. My name is Kim Taylor. I'm a special education advocate. I mindfully work with parents, the school district, and its employees to come to a win-win resolution that meets the individual needs of all children. If IEPs were well-written and services were provided as mandated by federal law, I would not have a job. I would be happy to have my job disappear. I appreciate the district response to the questions I previously submitted, but I am still left with questions. Child Find requires all school districts to identify, locate, and evaluate all children with disabilities, regardless of the severity of their disabilities. This is an important first step toward getting our children the help they need to succeed in school and part of the federal mandate of IDEA. No child with a disability can be denied a free, appropriate public education. How will children be identified, receive services, and be provided a free and appropriate public education if there's a reduction in special education staff? How will teachers have the needed support and resources they need to do their jobs? I already see overworked and under-supported teachers struggling to go above and beyond to help their students. I applaud their efforts. Why is the wording in the reorganization and reallocation plan so vague? Why is there a lack of transparency? Why was there no attempt to present the plan to parents at a monthly CAC meeting? Monthly CAC meetings were the perfect venue to present this plan. Parents would have been given the opportunity to ask questions and get answers that they will not be able to get tonight. Parents are stakeholders. How many parents were asked to be part of the special education task force? I have not heard from any parent who was knowingly asked to provide stakeholder information that would be considered for the proposed plan. The approach that is being taken does not respect parents' roles in advocating for their children's needs, encourage parent trust, or develop a relationship that will help parents work with the district toward a win-win outcome. Why aren't the special education task force minutes posted on the district website? Why are the positions in the plan that state they will be funded by SELPA when SELPA has not agreed to fund the positions? Were all current IEPs audited to ensure children who are receiving paraprofessional support will not have their paraprofessional's position eliminated? Were every child's IEP notes read for services documented in the notes? I can assure you, paraprofessional services are not easily identified on the service page of IEPs and are often said to be documented in the notes. Please delay any vote in regard to reducing staff. I respectfully request that all questions asked tonight be answered in writing and posted on the district website. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Susan Postigo. I am the grandmother of two special needs children. One 6-year-old child that attends Land Lane, another that attends the ECE program on Line Street. First of all, I would like to, as Kim said, commend these special ed teachers, aides, paraprofessionals. They have a very difficult job, and I don't know if any of you have ever went and sat in one of those classes or watched some of those teachers or their aides bring out these children. One could be in a wheelchair, one could be walking with a walker. I don't know how the district feels that they could cut services for these children. The minutes for the CAC meeting, for the November and December CAC meetings, I would like to request those. I have family members that's in the CAC meetings. This was all new to them. Unless it was said in a different way that they didn't understand it, this was something that they weren't aware of. I also saw that that this subject had come about in public board hearings. Well, I'm presuming that if it had been noted in a public board hearing, that you would have had more special education parents here as we have tonight. Because there's not many special education parents that will go to a board meeting unless it's going to affect them. I did note there was a note that was written to Kim Taylor. It said that they are recommending for a moderate to severe class of 8 to 10 students, 1 teacher, 1 paraprofessional. And something that I read here, it says the exact same amount of students in the exact same need with 2 paraprofessionals. So I don't know what the accuracy of that is, but I know 1 paraprofessional could mean all the difference in the world. As the mom said, we're here for our children, and they have a difficult time learning as it is, and I think they should be able to be able to talk to their potential. And if we keep cutting costs, we keep trimming for them, they're not going to have that chance. And I don't quite understand. We have, our community is growing, houses are going up everywhere. There's going to be more special needs people, children. Where's all the educational funds going? I ask you, please don't make a decision on this tonight. Talk to parents, go to the school, see what the teachers and aides are having to do on a daily basis. Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to hear a few reports. One is regarding middle school math program, and yes, Martinez.
We're actually going to have Ms. Garcia present. Ms. Martinez is down.
Ms. Garcia, Ms. Garcia.
Can I make a point of clarification to address Supervisor Medina? You're right, you have every right to share what you want. All I meant, and I apologize, was we make sure, we would request basically if you could pull a speaker card so you could get it, just so that way we can keep the order of the meeting. That was basically my
I
intent.
just raised my hand, that's what we
Yeah.
Yeah. Curious why it was allowed, just looking at this, it doesn't say anything, that's what I was asking.
Yeah, so, well, I'm just clarifying, so it makes sense now. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Kim Garcia, and I work in the Education Services Department here, Hollister School District, and filling in for Lana Martinez.
Would you speak up some? Yes.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm Kim Garcia, I'm a teacher on special assignment, working in the position of the Ed Services Department under Lana Martinez. So I'm going to present for her tonight the middle school math pathway and how that feeds into our local high school. So to begin, I want to give a little background about how the math framework came into play in making these decisions. The math frameworks is put out by the California Department of Education for public schools, and it is a document that gives us information about decisions regarding how we should teach the standards. And so I'm going to highlight a few bullets from that document. The first being the grade 8 standards in the California Common Core state standards for math are significantly more rigorous than Algebra 1 course that many students took in 8th grade in prior years. So there's been a big shift with the Common Core state standards from what we used to know as Algebra 1 to what we know as Algebra 1 right now currently. Premature placement of students into an accelerated pathway should be avoided at all costs. And so I will go through the slides and show you that our traditional placement of students is a premature pathway at this point with changes. In order to ensure that students are developmentally ready for accelerated content, it is not recommended to compact the standards before grade 7. Traditionally in the Hollister School District, we used to start acceleration at grade 6. Decisions to accelerate students into higher math before 9th grade should be based on solid evidence of learning. And we have detailed criteria for acceleration. Much of the content central to Algebra 1 courses of the past, namely linear equations, inequalities, and functions, is now found in grade 8 California Common Core state math. So what we used to know as Algebra 1 is now our Common Core state standard curriculum retitled. So we have to get rid of the label of Algebra 1 in terms of how we used to view it. Algebra is fundamental for future success in math and on college entrance exams. So everything in the framework points to algebra, algebra, algebra. And the test that we use for college entrance in the state of California is the SAT. And the SAT is made up largely of algebra. 90% of the test items on the SAT come from 3 categories. One category makes up 10% of the test, and that is geometry. The three categories are the heart of algebra, and that is categories having to do with linear equations, inequalities, functions, and graphs. So you can see from the first bullet that those items being tested on the SAT are now taught in 8th grade. The second item on the SAT is the Passport to Advanced Math, and these questions have to do with nonlinear expressions. And the third section is problem solving and data analysis. This includes questions that ask you to work with rates, ratios, percentages, and data from graphs and tables. So skipping over material to get students to a particular point in the curriculum will create gaps in the student's mathematical background. The pathway that we had prior would do just that. It would skip over material because there's no way that a student could possibly go from sixth grade into a seventh grade algebra course. To accelerate students, they must prove that they are proficient in the California Common Core State Standards for math, kindergarten through grade 8. So we wanted to have a really solid foundation. And in collaboration with the high school teachers have unequivocally stated that they need students to come to them with a solid background in algebra over taking geometry in 8th grade.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that statement?
The high school has,
Our high school,
our San Benito High School teachers would prefer that our students come equipped with a strong understanding in algebra versus taking a full year of geometry in 8th grade.
oh, okay, got it.
This is a slide from the California framework that shows the traditional pathway that students in the state of California are asked to proceed through. In grade 6, everybody gets grade 6 Common Core State Standards for math, grade 7 Common Core for math, grade 8 Common Core for math, and then move into high school being their first step into algebra. We realize, and the framework realizes, that there are a unique group of students that can learn math at a quicker pace. And so what we've done with guidance from the framework is we have designed our pathway so that all students in grade 6 will get Common Core State Standards for math. And then in grade 7, they have the opportunity to test into an accelerated pathway, which combines grade 7 and grade 8 standards, compacts them into one course called Advanced Math. And then at 8th grade, they can go into the high school level algebra course. So also in our discussions with the high school, there's a new Senate bill that was created called the Senate Bill 359, California Math Placement Act. And it was created for 2 reasons. One was that students were being accelerated too quickly and then failing. And the second and most important portion of this bill was that students, especially those of color and economically disadvantaged backgrounds, were being required to repeat algebra even though their scores were good. So currently this law requires 3 things. It requires LEAs that are serving pupils in grade 9 to develop a fair and objective math placement policy. So the high school has done this in collaboration with discussions that we've had together. The first thing they have to do is test everyone. So before our students go into high school, we test them for them, and they use 3 measures. They use the SBAC test, they use the grades, the course grades from our current 8th grade teachers, and they use the, let me see, what was the third one?
You've said all 3. They use this assessment that we give, the SBAC test, and the grade.
And the MDTP is the
assessment that we give.
The assessment that we give from the University of California. Okay. And then secondly, they need to retest everybody within the first month of school to make sure that the placement was correct. And then finally, at the end of the school year, they're required to review their data to make sure that there are not students that are held back in a disproportionate manner based on their race, ethnicity, gender, or socioeconomic background. So currently, the Hollister School District has the following placement. We have 600 7th graders. 76 of them have been placed in the accelerated 7th grade math course based on entrance requirements. 37 are in algebra, and 531 are in the Common Core math. There are a total of 589 students in grade 8. 100 are in algebra, 9 are in geometry, and 480 are in the Common Core math. We will no longer be offering geometry in the future with the placement that we've just discussed. So
Can I ask a question? So let's talk about the 8th graders, the 100 that are in algebra. Is the high school going to agree that they have the equivalent or the right amount of algebra when they get to the high school, so that they're on, we'll call it, so they don't have to take it when they're a freshman?
Right. So the high school will not make anybody repeat algebra. That is a policy of theirs. So nobody that has already taken algebra course in the Hollister School District will be required to repeat it at high school. And so if you see the Samuel High School math pathway here, in grade 8, if you take Common Core math in grade 8, you still have the opportunity to bridge over to the 3rd column, which would get you into the AP Calculus by your senior year. So you can take the traditional pathway, which is the first one where you would do 8th grade math, and then as a freshman you would do algebra, sophomore geometry. The junior you would be in algebra 2, and in the 12th grade you have the opportunity to go to pre-calculus or trig. If you're currently taking algebra as an 8th grader in the Hollister School District, you would then take geometry as a freshman. Or if you qualify, you can take a placement test at the high school and participate in their geometry jump ahead during the summer, which would then push you over to the far column where you would enter 9th grade with algebra 2A. And then you would continue down that final path there to AP, calculus AB, AC, or BC, and then into AP statistics. Yes, Liz.
So I know with our AAA school, a lot of these kids are very, very advanced and are taking some of these advanced courses. I'm assuming that's kind of where we're probably getting our geometry kids.
We actually have a scattering of geometry from all
from the different 8th grade groups.
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm just wondering, by removing the ability to challenge our kids at our level in geometry, if they can do it, and advance even faster at the high school, why we would want to take that opportunity away.
So if our students, they still have the opportunity to go all the way to AP Calculus BC. If they take algebra as 8th graders, they can participate in the geometry jump ahead, which would be the same thing as having a full year of 8th grade algebra. But the high school has expressed that they'd rather us get a full, deep understanding of algebra because of college and career readiness and the importance of having a strong base in algebra on upper div math courses. So everybody that takes algebra as an 8th grader has the exact same opportunities if they were taking geometry as an 8th grader. So they can all reach that final column there of AP Calculus.
I know one of the issues at the high school has been their math program. And so they're not actually providing the performance that they should be for the students. So I wouldn't want to hold back any of our students that would have the capacity to advance being in our school and then being able to jump into higher level math, because summer school is 6 weeks. It's so, you can't even miss a single day. And so the amount of information given to a student in 4 hours at the pace that they go, I don't know that it's to learn geometry in that amount of time versus a school year. Are we doing our kids any favors by doing that? And so I want them to learn the context. I want them to totally absorb and know and get it before we're jumping up to the next level.
Right, and that's why there's such stringent requirements for them to get into this upper track. Last year we tested 117 students in our district, and only 7 of those qualified for geometry. And then we had a couple parent requests that they were also able to simultaneously take a geometry course based on alternate methods. So we ended up with only 9 of the 117. And based on everything you read in the framework, there's nothing in the framework that says students in 8th grade are developmentally ready to go into geometry they feel that it's better if students go into the path where they do a combined geometry. Some high schools offer a geometry / algebra compacted course, but it is not recommended that 8th grade students participate in geometry. And then my final slide is the placement that the high school uses. And I talked about that earlier, and this is just the matrix that they use. So depending on the range that you score for each of these performance values is where you would be calculated whether or not you would be placed in the advanced track high school. Any other questions?
Is this for just recording or is it for amplification?
For everything.
Oh, okay. So, I guess my main question is I agree everything with what you said philosophically. I thought the whole purpose of Common Core to this non-educator was to go from being, like on algebra, from being a mile wide and an inch deep to a mile deep and whatever. So I'm glad to hear some of your comments, but my main question is the kids, the 480 8th graders, and is this this year or this was last year?
These are current 8th graders.
Current year. So of those 480 that are in Common Core math, we know from our assessments and test scores, or some of them are not doing as well as we would like them to do. Are we doing anything special right now? Special is a nebulous term, to make sure that when they get to the high school, they're ready for algebra 1. You know what I mean? Because that's what the problem is. That I don't want to necessarily talk about the top kids. I want to talk about the majority of
Right. So all of our schools do offer math intervention courses for students who are struggling. I know that the middle school offers a variety of interventions for students who are struggling in math, in addition to some additional coursework that I know the migrant department offers after school interventions also. So there are methods to help bring up those kids that are struggling. And then one thing that I didn't mention was that the high school also won't take students who aren't prepared without supporting them. So if you come to the San Mateo High School from our 8th grade Common Core course, not still quite ready for algebra, they're on a block schedule. So instead of having math every other day, those students are placed in what's called the algebra support class. So one day a week they have the full-blown algebra course, and the second day of the week they have the algebra support class, and then they have the algebra and the algebra support. So they're getting full blocks of algebra every single day, so that they can catch up and then be in line with taking geometry as a sophomore with the rest of the group. So there's lots of ways to keep moving them along.
I hesitate to ask this question because Lana's not here. I'm sorry, I just don't know you, but what the question I want to ask is, currently are our programs on a pathway, the pathway successfully, so, the majority of these kids actually are going to be prepared for the high school. What I don't want to hear is, oh yeah, everything's fine, unless we we can identify, yeah, it's fine because we are taking these extra steps, or we expect it to be fine, for this incoming freshman to the high school.
Yeah, I can just address it. I think the ultimate goal is that the high school would never have to have an algebra with support class.
Right.
Right, so that we are preparing, our kids are successfully transitioning to the high school by being successful in 8th grade Common Core math. So that is our first goal. In that there's going to always be a handful of students who are going to need intervention, and we will continue to do that, but for sure, the vast majority of our students that move on to the high school should be prepared for regular algebra every other day and rocket. So that is the ultimate goal, and that should be our goal. I think if you want a quantifiable answer, I would say that we would need to contact the high school and say, okay, of the 400 students that we sent you, how many needed to go into algebra with support?
That would be a good.
Versus how many just went into algebra. So then we would know that, okay, we felt that of that 400, 80% of them were ready for just regular algebra. But in reality, where were they placed? Were they placed in algebra with support? Or were they placed in regular algebra? And then I would want to take it one step further. If they went into algebra with support, did they get back on track? But that's the high school's business. But the ultimate goal should be that we are not giving them many students that need algebra with support. That's the goal.
Right. And our teachers have been, our math teachers at the middle school have been focusing their PLC Thursdays on the math claim 1 from the SBAC, which is a heavy hitter on the state test. And they really dug in and they've learned a lot about the expectations of the new Common Core state standards. And we're just now kind of rolling in a little bit of our data from the benchmark. They're not all scored and completed, but we're seeing some real positive growth. Huge leaps actually in our district in terms of the work that has been done on the math towards the Common Core state standards. So really proud of our teachers, and we do feel like they're doing a really good job.
Is it possible to have that measure with the high school?
Oh, yeah, I can get that data for you, yeah.
I mean, it might even be obviously math is one of our struggling points, so I think it'd be a good idea that would even be a good cause for a joint board meeting, right?
Yes. Yes, I think it would be a great topic.
And the overarching theme is how are we transitioning success-wise with our kids?
I would agree.
And we have a regular, Lana participates in a regular county-wide math meeting with all the rural schools, the high school, and it's put on by the County Office of Education, and they're constantly discussing these types of things. So that's something that they could probably share in that meeting as well.
I have a question. I'm confused. I had a conversation with a couple of math teachers the other day and asking them, how they worked with the high school. And one of them was from out of the county. But I was told that, as I understood it, that the high school was moving towards an integrated math series of courses, whereby you had algebra, you had some routine math, and then a unit of algebra and a unit of geometry added to that first year in high school.
Right.
And then it proliferated so that you got completely a little bit of everything?
Yeah, it's packaged, yes, and that's called, there's 2 paths for the Common Core state standards for math in the high school level. One is integrated and the other is traditional. Our San Benito High School has selected to stay on the traditional path, so they won't be using those packaged courses. That was a decision that the state put out, and so we follow what we're feeding into.
But that was part of the conversation too, because there was another teacher involved in the, they were working at rewriting the curriculum for the high school integrated math.
They haven't informed us yet that they're going to consider going the integrated path. That's the first I've heard of it.
Yeah.
Kim, is it you that are in those meetings with Mr. Quinn over there and
yes.
other
Mr.
superintendents?
Peterson mainly was the math lead last year. Now it's Mr. Quinn, but yes, I've been involved in all of the meetings.
Could we get a report just to get clarification on that? Because
I just spoke with Cindy Krokauer this morning. There is no plan at all to have, Cindy Krokauer is the Ed Services Director at the high school. There is no plan to go integrated at San Benito High School.
Okay.
Okay. Well, the other person is in Gilroy.
Yeah, across the state, I have to say that the great majority of the state has gone integrated. For whatever reason, our high school decided to stay with the traditional pathway.
There's this Silicon Valley
Math
Math
initiative.
Initiative. Yeah, I was thinking it's 40, but that.
They think you're.
Thank you.
Thank you. A huge thank you, Kim, for stepping in 48 hours. So, huge thanks to her.
We have someone to take over for.
That'd be me. Hi. I know now when I go get all social afterwards. Okay. Lisa Andrew, your superintendent, here to give you a report on the new California. Is it a scroll? I think it's a stroller, isn't it? Oh, really?
But if you go right or left, it'll go right left.
Oh, wow. No. Learn something new. All right. So wanted to give you an update on the new California accountability system with the implementation of LCFF, the local control funding formula. The State Board of Education, it was required to develop an accountability tool. And this is what they have developed. And it is being fondly called the California Accountability Dashboard. And this has been launched within the last couple of weeks for our preview. We released to the public in the first couple of weeks of March. And then folks can go on and look at it and learn about it. And so wanted to make sure that you were aware of what it looked like. We talked about this a little bit at our data study session on February 4th. And we had these dashboard snapshots in that packet, but we really didn't spend a lot of time on it. So I wanted you to know what was going to be made live in public in the upcoming weeks. So we are still learning about this dashboard. We are still learning about what that enrollment number means. Because what enrollment means to us and means to the state, we've learned is not quite the same thing. So we need a little vocabulary clarification and standardization. So we'll go more in depth with those as information comes. But when you go onto the website, you can pull up any of our schools or the district as a whole. And so we'll just start the entire, what we've given you in your packet are the dashboard snapshots of our sites as well. But I'm going to focus just on the district because the dashboard construct is the same. And you pull it up and you will see again the enrollment. That is the number of students that are at that particular school or district, whether taking the test or a combined number, more to come on that. And then you see the percentage of students who participate in the free and reduced lunch program or socio-economically disadvantaged. The percentage of students that we have that are still classified as English language learners. And then soon, the reporting years will subsequently be listed there. We do not have enough foster youth to constitute a subgroup, so that's why it says not applicable. And then what the grade span is of our district, and that this is not a charter school report. So that'll be similar up on top. When you go to the first initial page, whether it's the district or it is a school site, you will see what's called an equity report. And the equity report, as it says, provides the performance levels for the state indicators. We've been talking about that we have those state indicators that are going to be chronic absenteeism. I'm on the far left-hand side now. Chronic absenteeism, the suspension rate, English learner progress, the graduation rate, which is for high school only, college and career, which we're hearing is also going to be for the high school only, but you notice that they haven't put that on there yet. I think they're still trying to determine that. And then the SBAC scores, the state assessment scores for English language arts and the state assessment scores for math. And then you see how many student subgroups are going to be reported for all of those state indicators. And I'm not moving it. Is someone else moving it? Okay. Okay. Thank you, Jesus. You're driving just grandly back there. And then student groups in red or orange. Why should we be concerned about that? Because if you remember, we have 5 levels or 5 pieces of pie. And the blue would be at the highest, the green being at met, the yellow being at approaching, and then the orange is not anywhere near approaching, and then the red is definitely far, far below. And so they want to make sure that they're reporting out those 2 bottom groups, how many subgroups that you have there. That becomes really important when we talk about the state determining if our district or a school site is going to need technical assistance or go into technical intervention. This is just another way of saying program improvement. Okay, we just changed the word so people can learn more vocabulary. So this is what it looks like when you land. Remember, we're going to have local indicators. Those are things that only we can report on locally. Those will be different measures in different districts, but we have to report on it. So we have to report on, let's go down to parent engagement. There's some parents that are engaged tonight, right? So how are we going to measure parent engagement? And the state is giving us some parameters for how to measure parent engagement. We will have to self-report on those as either met or not met. And it's a series of kind of yes/no questions. Things like, have you given a survey? Do you have school site councils? Do you have a district ELAC type of thing? But those are not being graded yet at this time. So we'll see the state indicators for the district and the school site, and then you'll see the local indicators. And all the indicators will have that vertical pie there. Okay. Now, when you go to the dashboard, you can then, and you're on this front page equity report, you can click on one of the state indicators, and then it brings you up to another report. Thanks. And so when you click on it, click on the status and change. Go ahead and scroll up. Actually, it's not clicking on a state indicator. I got ahead of myself. Clicking on, we were just on the equity report, which you see on the left there, underneath all the different pieces of pie, you see where it says equity. We were just on that report. When you click on the status and change report, it gives you more information about where you were last year compared to this year. So are you moving in the right direction? So if you look at, for our suspension rate, it's considered high right now, and we actually declined from this year to last year, which is, we declined, so it went lower, but it's still not enough to get us out of that high category. For our English learners, we were medium last year, but we're at the medium level right now, and we got there because we increased by 5.3% of our English language learners that were achieving. So everyone wanted this growth model, a growth model, a growth model. Give us credit for growing, and this is the state's attempts to do that. So you can see that the English language arts, we're in the low category, but we did, even though there's only 3 pieces of pie there, green is good, green is go, we're still in the low category for English language arts, but we increased last year by 18.8 points. This is why the language of, but we're getting better, but we're having growth, we can't rest on that anymore because it has to be a significant amount of growth. So the days of moving from 4% proficient and we moved to 24% proficient, we're like, wow, that's 20%. That's still going to keep us in like the orange or red category, which we grew 20%. The state's like, you need to get up to this bare minimum, and then you need to be still progressing from there. So the word growth is really, it's not just any growth. It's a growth after you've already reached a point of 50% or 55%. So, that's some education that we're going to have to do because that's kind of counterintuitive, but we increased 18.8 points. Okay, the next, go ahead, or can I? One of the other reports that we get, and I realize this is very small, and for one of my board members, probably sees just one color right now. But if you go, when you go on the website, it's absolutely stunning, and you can make it very large. And so what this does, I'm going to just go up here and show you, is remember those colors? It places our schools where they are. So even though you see yellow for a particular school, is it yellow in the low category, or is it yellow in the medium category? Because if you're yellow in the medium category, you're very close to getting over here to green. But if you're yellow in the low category, you've got a lot of growth you've got to do. It's not enough just to increase by 10%. You're also going to have to jump up a level. Very different than we've had in the past. So we're going to have to spend a lot of time learning about these, dissecting them, evaluating them, discussing them, so that we know how to properly use these reports. Because we don't want to start making draft decisions based on new data or data that we don't quite understand. So these are called the 5x5s. Yes?
Is this live data or real data we're looking at?
Everyone's getting updated.
It gets updated yearly.
So just pick any one of those blocks and just tell me what I'm supposed to read from it.
What you're supposed to read is when you go back to the equity report and you see Calaveras has a yellow pie, it is a totally different meaning than a Sunny Slope having a yellow pie.
Okay, so can you tell me what I should interpret Calaveras and tell me what I should?
So even though they have the same color, Calaveras is still in the low category of 60% or less, or 60 to less than 67%, where Sunny Slope is already over 67%. Yes, so we need lots more time and discussion and teaching, and it's going to be exciting to learn this. Yeah, and then just what kind of information that we can glean from it, I think, is the most important. It's going to be one, to be able to read these and understand what it's telling us, but then using the data appropriately to make decisions, I think is what's crucial. So that's a 5x5 about English language learner progress. So up here, I'm sorry, I just got to go and point. Probably not supposed to do this, sorry. So this is English language learner progress, where our schools fall. Ooh, can you fix that, Jesus? Or is that the same one? Yeah, that's the same one. Okay, I'm just going to let you drive. Go ahead. And then, so this is English language arts. So this would be the state assessment, where our schools fall for English language arts.
So blue is?
Blue, we want to be in green. Green is the goal. Which one's green? We want to be here. I'm on the English language arts. So, and I think there's you get the gist in the sense of what it's about. We'll need, as I said, I think I said it, lots more time to go through it. Wanted you to see what was going to come out. Now,
I will make sure that you have the website, the web link. There is a lot of information to explain these, but they are also written in a language that sometimes people think is a foreign language, of trying to understand how it is. But definitely we'll get you that information, ask staff questions, and we're going to be using these reports ongoing. So we're not just going to, look at them once and then put the definitions over here. We'll be using these reports ongoing to track our progress appropriately with them.
So it'll eventually make sense.
I hope so. That's, I think, the goal. I mean, just to go over these are like 7 different webinars.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay.
If we could keep this program for at least 10 years, that would be helpful.
I would agree. Right, keep it for some months. So just wanted to give you a flavor. We don't know the exact date when they'll come live. I'll let you know when that happens. So in case you're getting questions and that you'd at least know what people are referring to, and then always feel free to refer them to staff for clarity.
How often does the data change?
Once a year.
Just like STAR testing.
Yeah.
Once a year.
Yeah.
Just like that?
STAR.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the other ones, I think is gonna get better.
We'll go on to consent items. These items are considered routine and may be enacted by the board in one motion. There is no discussion on these items prior to motion unless specific items have been removed from the consent list. And so we're looking at for approval of items 11A through 11Q.
And 12D.
Well, okay, that's the second one. We'll do 12. Yeah. This is 11.
Well, you want to do the 11s first. She wants to do the
11s. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 11A through 11Q.
I make a motion.
A second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you. Now we'll go on to section 12. And we are going to remove A, B, and C from the consent agenda. So what does that mean?
12D.
12D through 12H. Do we have a motion to approve 12D through 12H?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you. Now do you want to talk about 12A, B, and C?
Right. So I think Gabe has a statement. Mr. Malayson?
Anything?
Is it releasing or
Malayson, Wilson.
I'm getting confused.
It's Malayson.
It's Malayson.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I gotta remember that one.
Oh, and Mr. Talia. Great. Double. Fiscal and facility.
Okay, so there are 3 items on the board agenda this evening, 12A, B, and C.
All to the, just like, you might want to take it off like I did.
Yeah. Okay, all 3 of those are regarding issuance and sale of GO bonds. First one, 12A, is regarding the 2016 election we just had in November. This will be Series A issuance, not to exceed $12 million. Number 12B, that is the Series B of 12,014, or our Measure M. So that's to pull down another $14,500,000 to complete those projects, which JT will. Then he can just give a brief overview of those. And
pull it up to your mouth, the microphone.
oh, my apologies. And lastly, 12C, which is actually refunding of a bond that we refunded back in 2006. So we were able to package it into this issuance in order to save the taxpayers a little bit of money. So the reason for this approval is to allow the superintendent and board to finalize the terms of the sale through the closure in on March 28, 2017. So I'll hand it over to JT and just give a brief overview of what those three are, the project that those three are covering.
Thanks, Kate. John Tully, Director of Facilities. Just to follow up, in regards to item 12A for the Measure V project, which $12 million is the first of 3 series of the sales of the bond that would go towards the construction of the new school proposed at Santana Ranch. Item 12B, which is the Series B sale for Measure M, that is to go towards completion of the Sunny Slope Master Plan project that we're currently working on today, as well as help fund the multipurpose rooms that were on the project priority list from the board back in 2014. And with that, we'll answer any questions you may have.
Just because I have to, but 12C, is this in layman's terms?
It's awesome.
Okay.
It's a great thing to celebrate too.
Okay.
Refunding the tax.
Back in 2006, we had some bonds outstanding that were from, I believe, 1998. And when those were refunded in 2006, they were refunded at a lower interest rate than they had originally been issued in 1998. But now in 2017, the interest rates are even lower. So we're able to actually refund or refinance essentially those bonds at an even lower interest rate to save taxpayers a little bit more money.
This is what I don't understand. Why can't you just say the word refinance the first time?
It's just a technical term that's used in the industry. They're called refunded bonds. I didn't make up the language.
This is what our attorney wants us to say.
There you go.
And I want you to pretend like I'm in 8th grade. Okay.
So it is essentially refinancing bonds, yes.
So do I get any money back, having paid taxes for?
No money back, but it will reduce
your property taxes.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
So it's the only purpose of this is of 12C really is to save taxpayers money.
Thank you.
Is that right?
It was very little, but it's something.
Because it's interest.
Yeah, and I think the bigger piece for me is when you get your tax bill, to see 3 Hollister School District school bonds on there is, I know I would pause and think something. When we can do this and take one of those bonds off and then have 2 Hollister School District and lower your tax bill by hopefully enough to buy a Starbucks, I think it's a good thing. Yeah.
It just shows fiscal responsibility.
Absolutely. And attentiveness to it. That we're attending to it, we're watching it, it's important to us. Yeah.
And if you caught that gate, kudos.
Good job.
I will not take credit for catching that.
Okay, well, whoever did, kudos. Because that really, I think, shows our community,
Trust.
That trust level. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve items 12A through C?
I make a motion to approve 12A through C.
I'll second.
Okay, then all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you. Item 13.
Okay. 13A is for you to vote for the CSBA Delegate Assembly election. The ballot was included. You need to make a motion to approve that candidate.
There was only one person to vote for.
Yeah.
And if we didn't vote for him, what would we do?
If you don't want, I mean, you can make a motion to not vote for a candidate.
He's an experienced candidate. He's been in there for a number of years. I was just curious.
I'll make a motion that we approve
Candidate Mr. Wiley.
George Wiley from San Lorenzo Valley.
Okay. Yeah, I'll second it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, approve the tentative agreement between HESTA and Hollister School District regarding the 2017-18 certificated work calendar.
Ms. Erica Sanchez.
Good evening, board and members of the community and colleagues. I'm here before you today to request the approval of the tentative agreement between HESTA and HSD regarding the 2017-2018 certificated calendar. With collaboration between the HESTA negotiations group and the district negotiations group, we came to an agreement on January 30th. Both parties signed a tentative agreement, which is attached to the agenda. And on February 6th, the HESTA unit members ratified the agreement. The agreement includes an additional 2 professional development days for our certificated staff, which is approximately $277,000. It's an investment in professional development, and it increases the certificated work calendar by 2 days for the next school year.
It also increases the value of our teachers.
Absolutely.
Ms. Erica, have we considered perhaps negotiating more than just a 1-year calendar? And because I know the high school does, it makes it very beneficial, not just to the staff, but to the parents, to kind of have a plan year after year as far as when school starts, when school ends, holidays, etc. And I know coordinating with our surrounding schools, especially since we feed into the high school, working with, once we know they've developed their calendar, is kind of going off and trying to do something similar here and working with our bargaining unit to establish something concurrent in at least 3 years if we could.
Right. I think that we have mutually come to this agreement, but absolutely, I can see the value in working towards a multi-year calendar. We have in the past had those conversations. However, with this negotiation process, we were able to collaborate and negotiate upon a 1-year calendar. In the next agenda item, I'll just kind of go into that a little bit. The Hollister School District student calendar is mirroring very closely the San Benito High School calendar for that specific purpose. As we are feeder school, we have many families that share students both at the high school and here. In the best interest of our community, we've listened to feedback and done our best to mirror our calendar to the high schools.
I think it's just important if we could, kind of encourage our bargaining unit to try to negotiate more than just a 1-year calendar would be, I think, beneficial to all of us in planning, and then putting at least a template out there for us to go off of.
Are there any comments to be made?
Public comment.
Public comment.
On this particular item, no.
Not made.
No, it's 13E.
So I will ask for approval of the tentative agreement between HESTA and the Hollister School District regarding the 2017-18 certificated work calendar.
So moved.
A second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have another seminar one. Approval of the 2017-18 student certificated work calendar. Erica?
Yes. So good evening once again. Now the tentative agreement has been adopted. We can proceed with presenting the student and certificated work calendar to the board. And once it is adopted and approved by the board, we would be able to translate it into Spanish. We'd be able to distribute the calendar and post it on the website. So I'm here before you tonight to ask for approval of the student and certificated work calendar for the 2017-2018 school year.
Can I say something tangent to that? Sure. You were talking about the posting it on the website. Every time we have a holiday on Facebook, people are saying, when is such and such school go back to work? Go back to school? When do the kids go back to school? When do the kids go back to school? And I thought, it's on the website. Well, I pulled out my laptop and I found it right away. I pulled up my phone. It's not easily found on your phone. Is there anything that can be done for that?
We will take note for that.
That's a good point. That'd make it a lot easier.
I mean, a lot of people just live by these things.
Good point.
And
Some, we will look at our mobile translation. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, the mobile's usually pretty limited.
Yes.
Let's look at our server.
Costs associated with that, but we will check into it.
So do you want a motion to approve?
Would you like to do that, Ron?
I would.
Motion to approve the 2017-18 student and certificated work calendar. A second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Thank you. And approval of the certificate, now the classified, those two words that would explain. Seniority list, 2016-17. Eric? Oh, no, Dennis.
Good evening, everybody. The classified seniority list is brought before you this evening. It's a little different than the certificated one in that it's already changed since we put the board to get it together. Classified is changing pretty much every day, every week. There's a new person hired, somebody changes their class, somebody changes their the job title that they have, somebody retires or resigns, whatever. And so what we're bringing it to you this evening is one, for information, so that you understand what it looks like and realize that if you go on the website, when you approve it, we'll put it on the website. That will be the one that's really up to date all the time, because the one you actually have tonight, it's already out of date. The other is to just give you a sense of the overall content and the form of it. It looks different than the certificated one, which every teacher or every certificated employee has a single line. Here you've got a sort of a vertical list of their entire job history. You can see when they first started off perhaps as a food service worker and then moved in to be an instructional aide and then a paraprofessional and then perhaps a library media tech, something like that. You can see the history of the district. And those dates are all important for establishing seniority. There are two big ways to establish seniority for classified employees. One is date of hire, which is what we use. The day you were hired, that sets up your seniority. The other one is actually, which we don't do, calculate the number of hours that you've actually worked since you started working in the district. That particular version deals with the fact that some people work a 4-hour day and other people work an 8-hour day, and an 8-hour person gets more seniority after quite, half the number of years as a 4-hour person and so on. We don't do that though. We just do it based upon their date of hire in a particular class, and then they keep that forever. So if they were hired in 2000 as something, and then in 2002 moved to a different class, they still keep that 2000 seniority for their entire career as what they were first hired in. And that's all embedded in this seniority list. Because it's changing all the time though, it's not a final document that's going to be used other than for you to see what it's like and for you to approve the general shape of it. It's in alphabetical order by employee's last name. It's set up in the order of the classes that they served in the district, and then from top to bottom, reverse chronological order. And that's what we're asking you to approve this evening. And we will, once it's approved, we will post it on the website, and it will be there to be able to see along with the certificated seniority list, and that will pretty much cover just about everybody in the district seniority list.
Question, has this list actually been distributed to every classified individual so that they can review it? And
Yes.
ensure that, you know, okay, well, no, I didn't actually start that position or such and such, kind of like what we do with our teachers.
Yes, we did that. I will say that not everybody perhaps looked it over as closely as they could have, because now that it appeared on the board agenda, there's always something about putting something on the board agenda with your name on it that makes you really look at it more closely. So we're getting questions and, queries about why is it this and that and so on. And one of the big things that happens is that if you were hired in the district in 2000 and then worked for 3 years and then took a year off on some kind of a leave, your seniority date changes from 2000 to 2001 because that year doesn't count. And so that's something that a lot of people don't understand. And when they say, well, I was hired before that. Yes, but you took a year off, and you took a year and a half off, and we adjusted seniority dates. That's all in the contract, but it's something that confuses people. But yes, and the truth is, even after it's, quote, adopted by the board, somebody can say, oh, I think I did a mistake, and if there is, we'll fix it. It's not carved in stone.
It's very dynamic.
Yeah, classified is.
Classified is very dynamic, much different than certificated. So, but this is the second read of it. We've had it on the
This is the
board.
second
agenda.
read of it.
Yeah,
We're
for
asking
2
for
months.
final approval tonight,
Yeah.
so we can post it. What we'll do with it is post it on the website, and then what we do is send a couple copies to every school, to sort of leave laying around, post it there. And that also generates conversation, because somebody picks it up in the staff lounge, and, well, you and I came at the same time, didn't we? Yes, no, but your dates are different, and so on. And so there's a lot of continual looking over of this, and that's just part of life with the classified.
So we declare this one as final. However, it's
It's a
very.
live document, it's changing daily.
We're asking you to approve it as to the form and the general content.
Anyone else? Okay, I will move to approve the classified seniority list for 2016-17. Do I have a second?
I will second the president's motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
We have 2 speaker cards for item 13E. Would those individuals like to
Do you want
speak before or after the presentation?
Well, I've seen the presentation, but I don't know that everyone else has. So I could speak. It might make more sense to speak after though.
How about Allison?
I'll speak after.
After, okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Lutz is going to present the special education task force recommendations. How to do it better.
How to do it better.
We're always looking for a better way.
I am Dr. Dennis Kurtz. I am Rick Lutz, Director of Student Services and Special Education for Hollister School District. Thank you, board, for hearing us tonight. Thank you, community members, for coming out. There's some changes to the presentation that we've been, it's a working document and things are changing regularly, and the public spoke and we listened, and I'll give some of those updates throughout the presentation tonight. So,
thank you.
So, members and input. How did we gather input? We used members from the state. Were members of the FCMAT team. FCMAT is the Fiscal Crisis Management Assistance Team. The FCMAT team was agreed by the Hollister School District Board to come in and study the Hollister School District Special Education Program during the 2013-2014 school year. And members of that committee, which were a 6-member committee from the state, I've been consulting with Dr. William Gillespie, who was the head of that group. Also with Kay Atchison, who is a member of the FICMAT team, worked for CDE at the state level as well. Members of our county were part of the team. Members of our SELPA, Chris Lampa, who's here tonight, and Christy Vieira was a part of the team as well. And members of our district special education team, myself, Michaela Gomez, our coordinator, and our program specialist, Mike Cruz. We had HESTA leadership. That was also our general education leadership with Betsy as part of the team. CSEA leadership, Josefina Silva was a part of the team. Board member Pat Moore was present at the meetings. General education site leadership, we had Mr. Ward, Ms. Jelinek, and Mr. Ramiro from Mays Middle School were part of the team as well. Special education staff, we had school psychologists, resource specialists, special day class teachers, speech and language pathologists, and paraprofessionals as part of the team. We had a parent that was a part of the team, and we gathered parent input through a number of different ways, including a survey that went out last year as part of our performance indicator review. We used those survey results to garner information. We have had a superintendent meet and greet where we used the 5 deep questions that were in regards to how to make our school district extraordinary or more extraordinary. There have been monthly meetings. We've reported as part of our performance indicator review at the CAC meeting in an update on the team. Part of the FICMAT study, which is what our team was created to do, that's the next slide. The team was created to study the FICMAT results that were presented to the administration of Hollister School District in May of 2014. That's when the report was finalized. Our job as a task force was to take a look at that, and things have changed in those 2+ years. Numbers have changed. In speaking to Dr. William Gillespie and Kay Atchison, who have led FICMAT teams for many years, this Hollister School District FICMAT report was one of their only ones of their memory that did not include parent input. According to William Gillespie, they were asked at that time by the administration to not do the parent input portion of the FICMAT study. That being said, Dr. William Gillespie will be out in Hollister on March 13th, 14th, and 15th, and to start the process of completing that report and getting parent input. So March 13th, Monday, March 13th, and we will be sending out a flyer. There will be a parent information time with Dr. William Gillespie, who has been a part of, was the head of that FICMAT report. So Monday the 13th will be for parents. Daycare will be provided. It might be neat. I have lots of clown costumes. It'll be here at the district office.
In the evening?
In the evening from 6 to 7:30. March 14th will be for all special education staff with Dr. Gillespie. And March 5th, and that will also be time for him to, on that Tuesday, to come into our cabinet and get more information from our cabinet, sort of Tuesday mornings are our cabinet meetings. On that Wednesday, work with members of the task force that we've had in place, as well as increasing the number of members from those 2 other workshops, or 2 other meeting times that he has scheduled. So again, March 13th from 6 to 7:30 here at the district office, and March 14th for the staff will be at one of our school sites.
If I can just interject. When Gabe and I and Rick first became aware of this report and started investigating it, we called, talked to many people, but we called him. Like, you led it, what's going on? What do you know about it? So on and so forth. And he was actually here meeting with Gabe on another issue, so I had the face-to-face conversation with him. And he feels so strongly about being part of the action planning. This was when was he here? Like a month ago, Gabe? Month, 6 weeks ago? Yeah. Felt very strong, was very vividly remembered this, was able to provide much detail. And so from the get-go, when he became aware that we had picked this up and we were like, you know, what's going on, wanted to come back into it, be a part of it, engage with, when we were ready to do the planning part of it, when we were ready to really roll up our sleeves and do the work that needs to be done to put in the recommendations that they had made. He's very passionate about it and wanted to see this through. So.
So last week, while I was in and out of Hollister during the break, I, through the power of Google, and I have not passed the Google certification, but I was able to find Dr. William Gillespie's number. And I called, reached out, and he is more than happy, he is thrilled about coming back to Hollister and really being a part of this team and this solution. So, the FCMAT study discussed research best practice. We looked at the FCMAT study. It talks about a number of areas. We looked at research and best practices. We studied other districts and sites. The FCMAT really, it compares us to 3 different districts that are similar demographics, and we visited 2 of those 3. And looked at what they have in those districts that we may be able to bring back. And our conclusion that we've worked on that still is not a finished, it's an ongoing conclusion, if that's even an existing word, and if it's not, it's a robust term from now on. Copy
I get that stands for Fiscal Crisis Management Assistance Team. What initiated, why would, did they just come in and say, oh, we're gonna audit this, or what happened?
So
what's the history?
Liz knows.
Yeah, Liz was part of the board.
Due to the exponential costs that we were incurring year after year in special ed,
Okay.
I requested that an audit be done to ensure that we were utilizing our funds in the appropriate manner. And so we weren't just expanding with no view or end in sight to know really, are we providing the right service and quality service to our students in special education?
So how did you pick that?
No, I did not.
But what I mean is, what?
I did not. I just made the request to have the audit done.
To our previous superintendent.
Correct.
So there's, I mean, it's a company,
No, FCMAT is like the leading authority on budget. Maybe, Gabe, you can give a 2-minute on FCMAT? They're like the boss.
Would you like your microphone, Gabe?
Come on down.
I mean, even with it, I don't think everybody in the room could hear you earlier.
So FCMAT is an organization sort of funded by the state that is here to help school districts in many different aspects of school district business, whether that's special education, child nutrition, business, and if you're in a fiscal crisis. They are actually the team that comes in if you are essentially about to go under. They're the team that the state has come in to put you financially right side up. So they usually come in outside of that circumstance at the request of school districts to perform audits of really any department that you need to have audited where board members or administration has a concern. So how I'm sure it went here, and how it goes in most districts, is the board, Elizabeth said that you had a concern about how special education spending was going. So probably superintendent at the time or CBO at the time reached out to FCMAT to have them come in and do the study. They really are the authority on pretty much everything California schools. You know, they've been around for a long time. Their CEO, Joel Montero, is very well known for being a very, you know, knowledgeable person in a lot of different areas. So they're who the vast majority of school districts go to when they have an issue like this.
And they specialize per section, specialize in special ed or.
They have team members that specialize in all of those different areas and different departments. So they have a vast pool of very experienced special education SELPA director, administrative, certificated, classified people that will come in and be a part of that team. Typically between 5 and 6 members that they pull from to be a part of that individual session.
Okay, got it.
How long you been with us, Nick? Rick, I'm sorry, that's okay.
Since last school year.
And you wouldn't know the reasoning behind why we wouldn't.
I wasn't, and as a matter of fact, last school year, throughout that school year, it was never even brought to my attention that we had a FICMAT study conducted.
Now that I remember asking for it, but then I didn't remember to ask for it again.
Well, we didn't, my question is related to us obviously not understanding all the involved individuals that are supposed to be, you know, not just understand the study, but be able to share that information with the public. It sounds like our parents were the odd man out, and I'm curious as to why we would do that to them.
And honestly, the report was never shared in an open board meeting either. And so.
It was never shared at all.
No, so we don't know.
Special ed staff was told about it.
We were not.
So and I, in talking to Bill last week, he said that it's one of the few times, if not the only time, that he hasn't been a part of presenting that to the board.
Usually they give a presentation of their findings.
So
my concern is they're so involved, they're so worried about our community. Why didn't he have parent input?
I'll finish. So what the FICMAT report showed was access to a variety of curriculum is needed, professional development for all, and that was for general ed, special ed, classified, response to intervention programs, and a systematic approach for response to intervention throughout the district. So it wasn't school by school, that it was a program developed and adopted by site. I mean, by the district, that each site would be doing the same model. They also looked at staffing, caseloads, and adult to student ratios for all of our special education positions, resource specialists, special day classes, speech and language pathologists, occupational therapists, adaptive PE, school psychologists, and adult to student ratios. And it also showed that the need for additional support staffs were needed if the district chose to follow the state ratio recommendations, that there would be additional supports needed for health, behaviors, and mental health support. From our research of best practices, this was a part of the task force that has been together so far. Got together and studied improving special education, which was from the District Management Committee in fall 2016. These are their top 10 do's and don'ts. When I printed the don'ts, I apologize that the red did not print in black and white. And we will do our best to choose different colors that are more black and white friendly. So do's, some very big do's that are on there is expanding the reach and impact of social, emotional, and behavior supports district-wide was a big eye-opener and something that we really wanted to bring to the district. Allowing special educators to play to their strengths. Effective general education instruction is key. Tier 1, 2, and 3 within the general education classroom, and special ed being the tier 4 was key in their report. And then some of the don'ts, you can see that one of the big don'ts was don't assume that spending more money and increasing number of adults will raise student achievement. Don't let the schedule get in the way of providing extra time for instruction. Extra time for instruction doesn't mean homework help. It means additional instruction on top of the core instruction they're getting in the classroom. And then don't wait to get started, but don't move too quickly was a big no. So from our group of, in our task force, we created a 9-member subcommittee, and we went and visited 2 semi-local districts. I mentioned this last month in our update. We went to Patterson Unified, about 6,000 students, ADA. It is a TK, or actually preschool through high school district, being a unified district, but very similar programs, similar number of kids, similar demographics. We also went to Turlock Unified, and these are some of the things that we saw while we were there. They did have district-wide RTI and SST processes. Before I go on, I do want to thank the members of the committee that went on the trip. Maria Vargo, VP at Sunny Slope, Mai Cruz, our program specialist, Michaela Gomez, our coordinator, Gus Lopez, a paraprofessional at Rancho, Rena Sharma, one of our special day class teachers at Sunny Slope, Martha Seltzer, another special day class teacher from Lad Lane, Daniel Ramiro from assistant principal at Margaret Mays, Edwina Warden from speech and language pathologist from Rancho, and myself. And we went to Patterson first.
And have them stand
if they are here, yes. Anybody whose name I just called, please stand. And Joe, don't try to take credit for something you weren't a part of. Don't stand for Maria. A big eye-opener at the first school that we went to was a TK through 5th grade school, over 800 students, and 22 students in the resource specialist program.
Incredibly low.
That, we have a school, for example, here in Hollister that has a little under 600 students and about 50 students in resource, which is the first and the most mild supports of special education. They had systematic RTI and SST processes that were a part of the district, that were the certificated teachers doing the core instruction as well as the intervention instruction. We noticed that there were high SLP caseloads. Cheryl mentioned today, Rob, I'm going to stop at you if I give a question.
Just again, to a non-educator.
SLP.
I apologize.
SLP. I know what RTI is.
The AAA, which is the Acronyms Association of America, has asked me to clarify some of these, and I put it in my notes. Response to intervention is RTI. Student success team or student study team is SST. RSP is resource specialist program, which is a function of, typically a function of special education. SLP is speech and language pathologist. SDC is special day class programs. FICMAT, we know. And then SSC is School Services of California, which is another group of specialists that study fiscal and staffing and curriculum.
Okay.
And any other, that moving forward, I'll make sure I explain to you.
Appreciate it.
We saw high SLP caseloads throughout the districts that we went to. 70 was a pretty common number that we ran in, somewhere in that range, and those numbers are pretty consistent throughout the state. There's a state shortage of educational speech and language pathologists. It's probably a national shortage. I just never really stepped that far out of California. Assessment teams were part of their regular routine, where they had groups of assessors that would go and look at specific suspected eligibilities of special education. So they would have a team that would focus on students that had a suspicion of autism, and that team would focus on assessing just for those kinds of needs, which was one of the dues, making sure that special educators play to their strengths. We also noticed that their special day class programs were staffed at the FICMAT School Services of California ratio. It is a typo on the answers to the questions that I wanted to make sure I got to when I came back into work yesterday. I wanted to respond quickly to Ms. Taylor's questions. There is a typo on there. For the moderate severe population, School Services of California recommends standard of 1 teacher and 2 paraprofessionals. and 8 to 10 students. In the mild moderate classrooms, special day classes, they recommend 12 to 15 students, 1 teacher, and 1 paraprofessional. And those were the ratios that they were following in both Turlock Unified and Patterson Unified. There were additional adults in their special day classes for students with the most intensive health and behavioral needs. Those were there because they had shown a need in those students' individual IEPs. Those are individually driven, but the base program was 1 teacher and 2 paraprofessionals. And for those students who had the most health, most profound disabilities and high health needs and high behavioral needs, they put additional staff in place individually based on the IEP. There were low numbers of related services on other than speech and language pathology or speech and language services. There were lower numbers in occupational therapy services, lower numbers in adaptive PE services. One of the things that's coming up more and more in the state of California is physical therapy as a related service in IEPs as well, and they did have students with physical needs that needed that service. Also, the need for specialists in assistive technology to really use what we're seeing more and more affordable ways of technology for students to gain access to the educational system. These are the FCMAT recommendations from the report, FCMAT and School Services of California. And some of these are not just recommendations, there are a couple of ed codes that bring up caseload and paraprofessional or instructional assistant support. So in this case, our RSP caseload is based on ed code not to exceed 28. Hollister School District currently has an average caseload of 19.8. Speech and language pathologist is ed code based on a SELPA average of 55. Our current Hollister School District average is 45.4, but again, we have 2.5 speech pathologists on contract. We also have numbers that range from different sites. So even though it's 45 there, it could be 80 at one site and 30 at another, but that's the average for the district. Our resource program, instructional paraprofessional, instructional assistant and paraprofessional support is also the only area within Ed Code where it addresses as instructional assistant paraprofessionals. And Ed Code states that 80% of resource specialists, and this is also in our SELPA plan, 80% of resource specialists have instructional assistant or paraprofessional support. Hollister School District right now has 100% of our resource specialists that have instructional assistant or paraprofessional support. Our mild, moderate special day class recommendations that I just mentioned are 12 to 15 students, 1 teacher and 1 paraprofessional. Our moderate to severe and classes for emotionally disturbed, which has another acronym that the Acronym Association of America said we had to create. It's the STEPS program, which is Specialized Therapeutic Educational Programs and Supports. Their recommendation for those programs is 8 to 10 students, 1 teacher, and 2 paraprofessionals. Additional adult assistance based on individual student need in that particular classroom. That student need is an IEP team decision. And then I put our averages for special day classes across the district, which is an average of 9 students per class, 1 teacher, and an average of 3 paraprofessionals. That does not include our additional adult assistants or one-to-one paraprofessionals, which we have 19 and a half now currently in the district. The FCMAT recommendations for, and School Services of California recommendations for occupational therapists is 1 FTE or full-time employee for 45 to 55 students with service. Currently, Hollister School District has 2 full-time occupational therapists with 75 students with service, but they see other students. They will run small groups and will do interventions within that group that may be a group of 6, 7 kids. 3 of them might have occupational therapy on their IEP, but they're working with every student within that program. Adaptive PE recommendations from school services and FICMAT is 1 for every 45 to 55 students. And currently we have 13 students with adaptive PE services. But again, our adaptive PE specialist does see other students. We have a certificated contractual obligation as well for our special day classes to have a prep period at the middle school like their general education peers. And right now that plays a big role in allowing us to have that prep period, is allowing our adaptive PE specialists to work with that more intensive need population. School psychologists, recommendation from school services in California is 1 FTE for every 1,400 ADA students. So we're at 1 FTE for every 883 right now. We have 6 current school psychologists. FICMAT recommendations for additional supports. We have a need for professional development for all. We need to make sure that, again, the core instruction is key. So developing and bringing in universal designs for learning would be a key component, and that is the new differentiated instruction. Professional development on least restrictive environment. Coaching for instructional behavior and IEP writing and compliance. And building independence of students is another big area and that's independence across all areas. When you ask a student within a classroom to get a book out, for example, and they have the independence to take that book out and work, and that takes coaching and professional development. Creating a uniform RTI SST process throughout the district, and this is exciting. We've started the conversation. We as a department and Lana Martinez as the Med Services Department have started the conversation of partnering up to build that process for the district. Recruitment of highly qualified staff. Cheryl mentioned earlier tonight, we have a need for 4 speech and language pathologists, and we need to heavily recruit to come to Hollister to serve the students that we have, because these are the best students that I've worked with in my career. And I want to make sure they have the best staff. Reallocating resources to expand the reach of our social, emotional, and behavior supports will be needed if we look at going to the recommendations in the school services and FICMAT. Focus paraprofessional supports on health, safety, and behavior needs rather than academic needs. Research will show that certificated teachers need to be the core instructors. They're the ones that make the biggest change in student achievement academically. And we need to make sure that our paraprofessionals are there to help support that, but have a focus on their paraprofessional support for our most medically fragile, the students that have safety and behavioral needs, and then we can work on the piece about the academic needs. One of the other things that we came into as a new administrative group here in Hollister School District, we have job descriptions for paraprofessional 1, paraprofessional 2, and paraprofessional 3. Each stage is more training that person receives. It was put in place that paraprofessional 1s would receive training and become 2s. Paraprofessional 3s were based by need of that classroom. All 3 of those job descriptions for paraprofessionals state moderate to severe classroom only. And Hollister School District has placed paraprofessionals, the position of paraprofessional, across all areas of special education. We have a job description called instructional assistant for special education, intended for more of the academic support and our more mild special education programs. In the districts that we studied, that we visited, they had 2 different categories of instructional assistant or paraprofessional. They had paraprofessional severe and paraprofessional non-severe. We have the same thing in Hollister School District. We just call them different things. We have instructional assistant and we have paraprofessional. So next up is a list of what it would look like if we were to do the recommendations from FICMAT and School Services of California. Yes?
Are you
also took a trip down to San Bernardino County.
We went to Orange County for an AXA conference, and we were able to consult with the group of San Bernardino, and would like to continue to bring our group down there. Their moderate severe programs, and I mentioned this at the task force, they used bond money and created classrooms designed for students with those more intensive needs, kitchens, restrooms, all built within those classrooms. And we have that opportunity now, especially with our bond money, and we're building a new site to really focus and do some of the things that they did down there. And it was exciting to hear from them.
But they were using the same ratio.
They were using the same ratios, yes. Yes. As a matter of fact, there were many of their categorized as moderate severe classrooms for students who have more intensive needs that had one paraprofessional and one adult. And after about 10 years of developing a curriculum standard on building independence across all areas. So for example, they have 53 special day classes within their district, and every classroom that you go into per grade level-ish, so there's usually a range of grade levels, looked very similar. So if students moved throughout their district, they were going into a very similar looking classroom and environment that helped with that transition.
I think that facilities, I think, is important, that we look at in moving our district forward in facility needs, that we also focus on providing facilities that meet the needs of our students in special education.
Yes.
And regardless whether we have the bond or not, I think that's something, a direction we also need to consider. And making, I don't want to have a child have an outburst and have nowhere for them to go. And so I think that's very important in how we can diminish the stress on the student and the disruption with the other students if we have the settings appropriate for every one of these groups of students.
I agree. Thank you. So again, this would be what our ratio or what our staffing would look like going into next year if we were to use the FCMAT School Services of California recommendation for ratios and caseloads. Our resource specialists, we have currently 14 full-time employees with 277 students, and we have roughly the same number of 8th graders in our special education programs graduating as we have pre-K coming in. I think there's 18 pre-K preschool students coming in and 20 8th graders that will be going out. So our numbers will, in that area, across the board, and unless we have, obviously there'll be more kids that we identify and there'll be more assessments needed, but if we had 12 students at 277, 12 full-time resource specialists, those are certificated resource specialists for special education. Those have mild, moderate special education teaching. It's actually not a teaching credential, it's an education specialist for mild, moderate disabilities. That would still be below the Ed Code average, or below the Ed Code limit of 28, which would allow for us to continue to assess and meet the child find obligations. Special day class teachers, we currently have 20. We have 180 students, about the same number going into next year. 19 would be the number of classrooms based on grade ranges and grade levels. Speech and language pathologists, I have the 10.5 up there, but that includes our contract. If we had 10 full-time district speech and language therapists, that would give an average of 47.7, which again is below the 55, which is the Ed Code for state average and self-average. Our adaptive PE specialist right now is 1.0. If we were to go to 0.5, we could still cover the services of the 13 students. Occupational therapy, we have 75 students. That number is going up. But there also is the need for the early intervention, and we're looking at those possibilities as well, but this would be the recommendation from FCMAT. Numbers have changed also in the data that FCMAT took since 2014. We're going on almost 3 years since that time. Our numbers for occupational therapy at the time were 30. So you can see the number of the need is growing. Paraprofessional 1 was intended to be an entry-level position that would go into paraprofessional 2. With using the ratios that they recommend, it shows -37, but we've also increased in other areas. Our most highly trained and skilled paraprofessionals are our para 3s. We would need more para 3s to make sure that they are in every special day class that has those intensive needs. Instructional assistants would be added to support our most mild academic needs within special education, and 10 would give us the 80% required by Ed Code to the 12 resource specialists.
What does it take to move from a para 1 to a para 2 during grade?
There's a list within the job descriptions of trainings, roughly about 30 hours of behavior and medical and health training for para 2s, along with a program that was actually free to the district, which is an online classroom classes for them to take that is called Project Para, that is really best practices for paraprofessionals, and it takes them to complete that along with the health and behavior trainings.
So that's available here?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, as a matter of fact, during the week break that we had last week, our trainer for our behavior training can only do up to 10 at a time, and that class was filled up very quickly. We want to train and get more people trained.
So CPI training?
We use PCM, and right now another one of those acronyms,
Sorry.
Professional Crisis Management.
So what was our expectation with the para 1s?
Para 1s, the expectation was that it would be an entry-level position. So we have to hire paraprofessional 1s that don't have the experience or the training, because they're out there and they want to work with kids, and we encourage them to come and work for us. The expectation is within 6 months they would take the training. We offer the trainings several times throughout the year, and twice during the academic year they have the chance to be reclassified. So in January, if they've taken the trainings, they get reclassified to para 2. In June, if they've done the trainings, they get reclassified to para 2.
But what my question is, there wasn't no expectation for them to.
There were several that were grandfathered in at the time when this is pre-Rick, pre a lot of us. They were grandfathered in, and there was no requirement for them to continue with the need to become a para 2. Everybody from a certain date on that was hired as a para 1, the requirement, they had to be met.
To go from a 2 to a 3, is it a similar?
It's a more intensive behavior need. So we used to use crisis prevention intervention, CPI, as our first entry level into the para 2 behavior trainings, and PCM is a more intensive. PCM has a less intensive training, a level 1 and a level 2, the level 2 being more intensive. They have the option of taking the level 1 training, and we offer it throughout the year. We offer several. It's a 3-day course. It's very physical. There's a written test that's part of it. And like I said, our Jane Bamrick, our behavior specialist now, is our trainer.
Okay.
The need that we also saw, as you can see going on to the next slide, we have 19 and a half paraprofessionals within the school district, 19 students. Not all of those are Hollister School District students. We have an obligation to run regional programs, and all of our special day class programs are regionalized and open to any district that has a student with that need within San Benito County. And many of those 19 are students outside of Hollister School District, but we're the local education agency of operation for those students. So again, IEP driven. Right now, yes?
Good question. So what is that a motivation for another district to adopt their own?
It's something that comes up regularly within the governance council, and I know districts are more and more working on building capacity within their districts, and that's been a big part of our SELPA focus, is helping those districts establish their own programs and build their capacity.
So if I was a small district, I'd probably be a lot easier for me to just hand you my ADA and then have my.
Well, we have a bill back allocation program for those students or for those districts. So we again have a plan that says, okay, we have your ADA, but on top of that, there's all these additional costs that go with it, and we send a bill out to those districts for educating their students. So, but there is that need for capacity is there, or building capacity is there, and I know the districts, the larger small districts, kind of like Reno, the biggest little city in the world, the smallest districts in Hollister, the biggest of the small, like Aroma San Juan and North County, more and more are keeping their kids and including them within their program in their community, which is huge, is those students will go to school in the community in which they live. But they still have a number of students. We have about 22 to 25 students from outside of our districts. And more we're seeing the small rural schools are referring kids to our districts. We have kids from Jefferson, from Cienega. So we're seeing these very small schools of maybe 15, 20 students have a family move in with a student with very intensive needs, and we're their program of operation. Those 19 and a half are IEP-driven services. The IEP team made the determination that service was needed, and the IEP team would make the determination if it's time to fade back or work on the skills that were lacking, and that's why that need was there. Health need that's going to continue to be a need, the IEP team would make that decision. And right now, of those students, we have not had those discussions about fading back that service. And in California, there is a stay put clause with when a parent and a district aren't able to come to an agreement on services, it's a stay put clause that goes back to the last agreed upon IEP. That being said, of those 19 students, right now, all of those really do have intensive needs, and there is an assessment piece that goes with determining those additional needs. There is a very rigorous packet that teams have to complete to show that there is that need throughout the day, throughout the year for that student. Our team in Hollister School District and SELPA is really working to make a model packet to show what kinds of data is really needed to determine that need, so we can go into an IEP with more data to drive our decisions forward. Our school psychologists, currently we have 6 with 5,300 students at the ratios that they're recommending. We could do with 3.41 if you were to divide it by, but school psychologists are one of those positions that could be used as additional supports if we were to use the FCMAT recommendations. Peter, I saw your hand.
Yes, please. So with the one-to-one pairs, with the recommendations that are being made, nothing changes. They're still going to get their one-to-one.
Absolutely, yes.
And that's law, right?
Yes, correct. And any student that the IEP team feels needs that additional adult assistance through the assessment process, we are dedicated to making sure they have that service. Our school psychologists, 5, but again, with their credential in school psychology, there are other services they can provide for general ed and sites that include counseling that could be part of that mental health component. We have 1 behavior specialist who's a board certified behavior therapist. If we were to use one of those FTEs from our school psychologists and increase and have one of those FTEs have a focus on behavior needs and our growing need for mental health support within our student population, additional behavior specialist and mental health coordinator. Right now, our 1 behavior specialist, a large chunk of her time is in general education doing response to intervention. I think that will change as we get capturing kids' hearts in and we have a total focus on positive behavior interventions district-wide. But right now, her time is spread very thin, and we also have a need for that mental health support throughout the district. We have 1 program specialist currently. For us to be able to do instructional coaching within special education, behavior coaching, IEP compliance, having program specialists to help be a part of building those stronger programs, we would be looking at an increase of 2 of those to help bring our programs to where they need to be.
Rick, what was the LBN
Oh, I'm sorry, thank you, I apologize. One of the things that we've read in the FCMAT report and saw in other districts is they had a licensed vocational nurse for the most medically fragile students for implementing medications. Sometimes it can take an hour, for example, for a student to get their proper nutrients through a feeding tube. And that hour now requires a paraprofessional to stand there next to the student and hold the bag and make sure that the tube is doing what it needs to do. The districts that we saw had an LVN for those purposes that would go from classroom to classroom to make sure that those needs were being met, which freed up the paraprofessionals to provide the other supports that are needed. So that would be, and right now we currently contract with LVN, with Maxim Services for LVN. I would like to bring an LVN position to the district, which would require bargaining unit agreement with our CSEA.
I have a question.
Yes.
Program specialist.
Yes.
How do you get one?
Well, a program specialist
Are they
typically
special ed?
Where do you go buy one of those?
Yeah.
What aisle do you go?
Program specialists are us. It's a great store. They have an outlet actually they're opening up soon in Gilroy. They required one of the two teaching special education credentials in California, which is mild, moderate, or moderate severe, or our speech and language pathologist credential, or it could be a school psychologist. It is a job description within the certificated HESTA bargaining unit, and is there for teacher support, as well as paraprofessional support. So like my Cruz, who's our program specialist this year, has been a resource specialist with the district for a number of years, and she jumped into our program specialist position and has done a fantastic job for us this year. Our principal position, we have 190 students across 20 special day class programs, and our site administrators are, majority of their time is taken by our special day class positions, and they need administrative help across the district. It's very common for districts that have regionalized programs to have an administrator and a principal over those programs. Typically, it's at the county office level, because that's where the larger regional programs are, but we have a very small county office of ed, so we are the regional program. Those 19 to 20 classrooms would have a principal of regional programs, a principal of special education, and that would be an additional administrative position to the district.
And how do you feel about that?
I think, and you can talk to the site principals, that oversight is needed, and that the support and help for our site principals are needed. We have limited room for growth for special day class programs within the district. And what I mean by that is the space at a lot of our sites is very limited, so that over impacts one or two sites that have the most room. We have 4 special day class programs at Sunny Slope, for example, and 4 at Lad Lane. And the number of, not just the student issues that come up, but the number of staff that have to be supervised and maintained and be a part of that culture grows dramatically with those 4 additional classrooms. And having that principal to blend those programs to help support the site principal to oversee the instruction, the behavior management, the coaching that goes on in those classrooms is imperative in really bringing those classrooms to continuous improvement.
Thank you.
So I think for me, Rick, the regional principal for the SDC classes, in working with on-site principals and ensuring that collaboration works. Because I mean, I've been to both, sites and understand, the complexities of having to oversee everyone and the demands sometimes that it takes for the principal to have to be in special day class, and how much of their time is being dedicated to a situation that happens there, pulling them away from, their other obligations with the other students. So I'm seeing that, that's probably a request from our principals that have this,
I would say requests from principals, staff, parents, the students, even those that may not be able to verbally request it, you can see that they're asking for it in different ways.
so I guess for me, as if I was a parent, you know, am I going to the principal or am I gonna go to this person? How is this gonna kind of work, you know, on a day-to-day function?
And that collaboration will be a part of probably a growing and learning environment. I know being in a very similar position at a county office level, the site admin were always there to help support. But when it came to questions, IEPs, student-related oversight of the staff within that classroom, direct supervision, it was by the regional principal of those programs. But it was also, again, to establish and help build those classrooms as part of that school community and had to be collaborative. So going to the general education principals meetings, to be a part of program development, to be a part of the RTI, to be a part of the SST process.
So, because you said we have 19.
We have, right now, currently, we have 20 classrooms.
20 classrooms.
Next year, with 190 students, and with the way the grade levels are shifting at some of the sites, we really show a need for about 19 classrooms going into next year.
So this individual is going to be jumping from school to school.
Correct, yes.
School.
Yeah, and again, being in a very similar position, I had programs in King City, and then had to go from King City to Salinas, and then sometimes I'd have to go from Salinas to Carmel, and then back to Salinas, and then by the end of the day, go back to King City. Highway 25 is beautiful, by the way, if you just wanted to take the ride.
I think a point here is when we call this a principal, we have to kind of break out of the box of the principal being at this site, doing
Correct.
this, doing that.
And that's, I think, my concept
Right.
and understanding of what this person,
Yeah.
I think the label of principal is, I don't know, it's throwing me off. It's
Yeah.
throwing me off, and maybe it's not the right word to use, but, because, I mean, it's just trying to figure out how they're gonna provide that needed
It's like having
support
20
to our principals.
It's like having 20 classrooms, that principal is a school of 20 classrooms, but those 20 classrooms are within the 10 miles of Hollister.
I can see that. To me, the more important part is that individual would still have the same, in the sense, the same authority as a typical.
Absolutely.
And be able to facilitate all those classrooms, basically implement, which actually is a little bit more intense on that sense, because they're dealing with the different levels of, classification.
We're giving our special day classes to principals, right? Because it's not instead of, it's in addition to.
In addition to.
So that if you have a special day class on your site, you are still responsible for the safety and well-being and what's happening with that. The principal of regional programs oversees the staff there, make sure the programming's happening. But it's not that's not my classroom, somebody else is in charge of it at all.
Yeah.
It's an addition to, not an instead
And that's
of.
what I was gonna basically affirm, is that individual would have not only that authority, but that accountability and responsibility. And to me personally, I think the visibility really important to the parents.
Being more available.
And all the staff, so that there's a consistency there, right? I just don't wanna visualize this as a far removed person.
Yeah.
They just kind of.
Absolutely not, that's not the way we envision it.
Yeah.
Be very active in that role.
Thank you for clarifying.
And just that principal of regional programs will not have the responsibility of any site facility. They will not be having to manage a facility and worrying about that, a parking lot, they won't have that responsibility because overseeing 20 or 19 special day classes is a lot and traveling around.
I think that was perfect in clarifying for our audiences tonight.
Thank you. So if we were to go by the FCMAT recommendations and the School Services of California recommendations, we would have with the other additional support staffs, we would have a larger umbrella of highly trained staff supporting all students. We would be able to provide professional development for all. Again, that's all of our classified, certificated, general education, special education. An increase in behavior and mental health supports throughout the district, and supports to continue to provide high-quality programs with cost efficiency. If we were to implement every part of what FCMAT is asking and in the recommendations that are on those slides, it would be about $1 million difference in our contribution from general education. I also would like to say that within California, there are 122 SELPAs, which is special education local planning areas. And we have a very small, I got you covered on this acronym.
I actually do that one.
And I'm gonna make sure every time. And just for example, 122, we are one of the smallest, if not the smallest SELPA. There are 32 SELPAs just within the LA and Orange County area. We had 24 SELPAs respond to a query that Chris Lampa put out that followed these recommendations. And the programs are still high, effective, efficient programs. Student achievement is there, IEP goals are being met, assessment teams are strong, and litigation is down.
One of the things I haven't heard, Rick, was what is the expectation with not just measuring whether a child needs an IEP, but actually getting them to be independent? And I mean, do we get kids off of IEPs, or once they're on?
Well, the goal mentioned is the support services lesson. There are students that will maybe never get to that level, but your goal is always to strive to that level. There are also, one of the things that in our Common Core era, there is a program out there that has taken the alternate achievement standards and built those into a Common Core guide for our most severe and intensive needs students. And within that has built a rubric towards independence that they judge all of, that they would like you to judge all of that student's IEP goals on. It might be the same goal. So similar to, for example, they might be adding 2 single-digit numbers for the next 3 years, but their level of independence in doing that type of skill grows. So it starts from needing manipulatives, so there's like a level 1, to being able to use a calculator, so there's a level 2, to being able to do it with their feet on their own, there's a level 3. So there's a scoring rubric that can also be used for behavioral needs. And that scoring rubric, we've had discussions within our SELPA council, and adding that rubric, which is available to, if you were to look up the Basics 3 rubric, it's available through Lakeshore and other places. To adding that to our assessment packet for students that we feel or need that additional adult support.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you think about the independence, having a one-on-one forever in school, I would have gotten nowhere. Because I would have just waiting to be told to do something. I wasn't going to spend my okay.
But they don't give a one-on-one. You have to fight to get a one-on-one for your child. They don't give them just.
And I have developed the rubric that.
I'm all for the kids, you know, learning to be independent, and all children, not just special ed. And the fact that they are leaving their IEPs at different times. I just got word that my great niece, in Texas, she had an IEP all through school. She went off to high school without one. So I mean, I thought.
So there's something to measure, which is basically.
And so our SELPA has, and it is a very common state SELPA packet for that additional need. It starts with a rubric that you go through to determine if you should move forward within that process. The rubric that I mentioned a little while ago is a separate rubric part of the alternate achievement standards through a program called the Basics 3 that was developed through San Bernardino. It's also available through Lakeshore. It's a guide toward meeting Common Core standards for students who have a more intensive need. And their rubric on building independence is different than the rubric for additional adult support. Their rubric is a guide towards measuring the IEP goals based on independence level for that skill.
We've got some tools.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have 2 speaker cards, Madam President. Okay. Allison Garcia.
Thank you, Rick.
Thanks,
Those are pretty intensive, sure.
Thanks, Rick. My name's Allison Garcia. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. My name's Allison Garcia, and I'm a mother of 2 special needs boys. One is 4 years old. Just got approved for a paraprofessional. He is learning how to walk with the walker. So I'm afraid if you cut all this, he's not going to be able to do it. He's not going to be able to do it on his own. He needs a walker, so obviously he needs assistance. My other 6, they're both in the school district. He's okay, but you know, we don't have any resources. We have very little resources here. And to cut this, we need more, not less. You know, these kids need more, not less. And it's not independent or dependent that they come dependent on their aid. No, their aid is there to guide them. And eventually they do, you know, in the 6 years that my oldest son has been born, he's made a lot of progress, but he's not there yet. You know, he will be behind. My 4-year-old will be behind. They will all be behind. But if they don't get the help that they need, then who knows what's going to happen. And, you know, I'm really concerned because, like I said, we need more, not less. You know, I honestly think that you guys should go spend a day in the class. Go spend a day in the class. See what the aides do. You know, some diaper, some feeding tube. You know, this one's taking that one to the bathroom. This one's over here juggling this one in the wheelchair. You know, I mean, it's everyday life. It's reality. And I think, honestly, I think you should make time in your schedule, even if you go for an hour or so. Go check out a class. And then you guys, I think, will have a second thoughts. I really do. Thank you.
That's okay. First, I want to thank the board for delaying the decision on the Paris. I don't know if you delayed it, but it's not in the packet to vote tonight. And that was really important to me because I was really upset to get this presentation and know that this night it would be voted on without what I thought was parent input. And so this all came to me through Facebook and emails. I work behind the scenes with parents and their IEPs. I've been a special educator, mild, moderate, severe, 20 years. And I'm also a special ed parent in this district. And these parents did not get heard. And what they heard was our aides are being cut, right? They weren't educated to this. I got the presentation, I looked at it, and I want to say that I embrace the FICMAT baselines. But you have some other problems with that are not addressed in that. And I'm asking you, do you honestly believe that you have 26 extra aides? Because that's what this is claiming, that you have 26 extra aides in those classrooms that are unnecessary. Let me tell you why they're not represented in the IEPs. And as a mild moderate teacher, absolutely, those baselines, those are great baselines. You sent me a kid this year in a wheelchair without a one-on-one. Explain to me how that child got from class to class or one station to another. That child got there because there was an extra classroom aide that was really being used as a one-on-one, right? So it's a big process. I help write the rubric for those one-on-ones. And it's a big process. It's 5 pages long. I had to do it for a child that moved into my transition program who didn't need the one-on-one with the support that we have of peers, but I don't have any peers. So it fell apart in my room, and I had to get that one-on-one restored, and it was a 2-month process. So people don't do it. But I would say to you, where is the teacher input? Have you looked in each of these classrooms where those pets are and asked that teacher, can I still provide a safe and appropriate education for these children with those cuts? And if you're taking a teacher down 4 aides, I would ask myself, what have those aides been doing in there? And I will tell you that written into the IEPs are not the things that you need. You need the IEPs audited to see what kind of supports there are, because you don't have 1-on-2s. If you have a kid that needs to be changed, that means 2 aides are out of that classroom. If you have a kid in crisis and you need crisis intervention, there might be 4 people in the team supporting them. And Rick's right, when you have an umbrella of people that support you, you can have less aides. All of our campus supervisors are being trained in crisis intervention, so they assist us. So that means, yes, we can have less paras. Are your people trained? That's what I'd be asking. Do you reduce the support before you bring the training? Am I done?
Yes.
And I just wanted to say, can I say one last thing? That the culture has to change. Parents see their IEP team as someone that they have to fight to get the services that their kids need. And nothing is going to change systematically. You have to have teacher input, teacher buy-in to make real change, and parent buy-in. And as long as the district personnel sees parents as opponents and not all of us as one team, you're going to fail. We rise together or we fail together. And I think what you saw in this rollout was that this element of this team, the people that I represent, we didn't have a place on that team. And that happens in this district over and over. Thank you very much.
Not yet. So just if you want to ask if there's any more discussion between the 4 of you on the item?
I think for me,
You have for me.
the only question pending in my mind is we're having the consultant come back on March 13th and 14th to meet specifically with our parents and our staff.
He's made his recommendations.
Right, but I think what I'm still struggling with is that these recommendations are going off of 2014. And kind of is, and looking at, all the changes and the growth that we've experienced from then to now, and taking all of that into account and capturing all of that in this moment, and truly be reflective of, are these changes the exact thing that we need based on everything he will look at and assess and then, recommend. I think that's where I'm kind of at a loss to know where that leads us.
Right. So as I said, when we became aware of the report, we contacted him immediately and have been in contact with him. And engaged, that's when we became aware of it, and that's when the task force was put together. And as the task force has moved, it talked with Bill, I met face-to-face with Bill, and so we've had those conversations with the person who wrote, there were 2 people who wrote the report, have made adjustments in what the staffing allocation and things would be. And this staffing allocation, that the recommendations, as Rick shared with a couple of them, we're not even taking it down to the bare of what they're recommending. There's still room in there. So if it says we should have, 12 students in the class, we didn't then say, okay, let's max it at 12 and then just staff for that. The same with the sites. Even though we could go down to 3.5 sites, it's like, well, let's keep 5 and let's keep that flexibility so we can have the support that everyone's talking about. So we can have the behavior support, so we don't have kids running around. So we can have the safety, so we have that time to train. So we have the the pieces in place to do the training and to do what needs to be done, but actually have the individuals here. We're upping the amount of behavior support we're giving, the mental health support we're giving, the principal of regional programs to give that support. So we've engaged with him because we asked that question ourselves, like how valid is this? Does it still stick? What are other districts doing? Visited other districts, looked at research. We didn't even take his word for it. We went out and researched ourselves. We had our own CELPA research it. We asked the other districts how many other districts are implementing these ratios, these kinds of programs. And I think what Rick pointed out is when we went to see these successful programs, all these other program changes, not just staffing, but the program changes that were recommended in the FICMAT report, those have to happen as well. You can't just take staff out and then continue on doing what we've been doing, right? You've got to have the structure in place and the support personnel in place in order to make that happen, and using the tools and those sorts of things. So tonight is about, because of March 15th, tonight is a certificated night. Right? So the reduction in staff that you're asked for tonight is about those who need to be notified by March 15th, the certificated staff. We will have the discussion again about the classified staff, which are the paraprofessionals. We cannot cut and would not, one-on-one support. So if there is a one-on-one that is assigned to a student through their IEP, we don't, as it says 0 there, you don't get to make that decision to cut that, not that you would. So tonight is about the certificated positions of the RSP going down to 2, cutting 2, which still does not put us at the max that they can have. They'll still have wiggle room there. Cutting the 1 SBC teacher, again, which won't bring us up to the maximum staffing. He's accounted for students coming in, students exiting, and still making room that make sure we have room to take students in. Asking about the 0.5 SLP. We would love to have everyone on contract. It would save us money. We have been trying to hire and find SLPs all year long. So that would be amazing if we could find that, and we will continue. Rick and staff are going to every single recruiting fair. He just went to one last week. And then reducing the adapted PE teacher, that's a certificated, and then the school psychologist. Again, not taking it down to what that staffing ratio would get us, still leaving space in there because we want to maximize that school side. Yeah, Rick.
There was an important piece of my notes section of my presentation that I failed to mention, and I wanted to, and I apologize. I've told everybody in cabinet and the special education team, we totally anticipate the number of requests for additional adult supports to go up when the classroom staff is staffed at the ratio that FICMAT school services recommend. That's exactly what the other districts saw too. The classrooms may have had 4 because there were 2 1-to-1 or additional therapists that would not have been there if you staffed at 4, but you can't put that staffing at 4 and build your budget. You need to build it on the student individual needs. So we totally anticipate that number of requests and the need to go up in those areas as we do the appropriate assessment pieces that are part of that. And we are working as the leaders within that program, we're working on helping our staff get through that process easier so we know that need is there sooner, so we can get that need met sooner.
So is this gentleman coming and meeting with parents to help educate them on the FICMAT results and everything else that we're doing? Because I think that's been the miscommunication, out in the community, that this impression that we're taking away, and it's I don't think it's very clear, or it hasn't been very clear.
I don't think he's gonna come to say, here, let me clarify the FICMAT. I think he's going to come and say, let me get your input, because that should have been a part of the FICMAT study in 2014. So let me get your input and let me make that a part of the study, and let's move forward with the action plan.
The plan, right, but the staffing recommendations are
what they are.
Are what they are. And so he wants to make sure that, and he doesn't need to make sure, it was our plan all along. And it's one of the things that happens when you try to roll something out. It's like you roll it out, you say, here's what's going on up here, right? And then people are like, oh, don't know the details. And some of those details aren't worked out because we need to collaboratively work them out, right? And we need to have you here to help us work them out. And it's that double-edged sword of, well, we need to get it out there and let people know, and then the next step is this, and the next step is this. But putting that out there, and then what he will come in and do is help us with the action planning part of it. He always has wanted to be part of that, and he's wanting to come back and do that.
So basically, there's no parent.
Madam President, I just want all of you to know, and many of the audience, I grew up in my family and in our household with a severely developmentally disadvantaged person. And I just want to make it clear that I've been hanging around in schools in one form or another for 27 years. And I have been to spend classes here in Hollister. In fact, I've read to them on what we used to call Dr. Seuss Day. So
Thursday.
Yeah. So please don't think that I'm naive on what goes on in all levels of it. I live and breathe this every day, even before I was a board member, just the way my family is. So I'm very proud, whoever brought this forth again, because, we are an evolving community, we're an evolving school district. If we don't take a look at our programs continuously and say, are they doing well? Are they doing poor? The world has changed. Do we need to make changes? I mean, any entity, if it doesn't change, it eventually dies. And I don't think that we should feel bad at all about, taking a look at this, comparing ourselves to similar school districts, bringing in experts. That's what really smart organizations do. And I understand that change, is hard, no matter what kind of change it is, no matter what entity you're talking about. But if you don't, I want all of you to know, I trust the staff of the Hollister School District. I trust Rick in his leadership. I trust all of us that we are taking an intelligent look at this. This is not an easy decision by any means. And I don't think that we are going to end up having a worse problem as a result of this. In fact, I think we'll end up having a better program. So I just wanted to get that out there on the table, but I do understand this life.
I wanted to touch on that too. I personally think we should apologize to the public and to the parents for what happened in 2014, not for the study, but for the lack of communication. And I have no problem saying it just because I am a parent, and as a public, you want to know these details. Honestly, it would have been a lot more palatable. It would have got the conversation going a lot sooner. It would have got the resolution a lot clearer. And it upsets me that in 2014, we didn't engage the community on that level. And obviously, that was pre-current superintendent. If I had known, we never even engaged our parents or even brought back that FICMAT, that would have been one of the first things I would have addressed.
You people put yourself in our place. If this man is so worried about our community and about the study,
he didn't even include parents in the first place, and now he's coming back to try to include parents, and nobody's listening to parents.
We're talking about actually the superintendent, man. Superintendent.
No, I'm talking about this gentleman that did this study.
I think we
Yeah.
need to, this is our discussion now.
Yeah,
So
well, and
we need to,
I'm just trying to clarify.
finish your conversation.
I'm just trying to clarify is the individual that did the study, we hired him. So he was technically bipartisan in this whole conversation. His goal was just to do the study, and that's what he was hired to do. But it was our previous superintendent that was involved, and made the decision to keep us ignorant of these details. And that basically made us ignorant in sharing those details to the community.
Now, what Rob was talking about, I've seen a small, portion of the special day classes. And Dr. Seuss, reading to them. And also, I don't remember why I was in that classroom, but there was a kid that was melting down. And the teacher was the one that knew how to handle the situation. Whereas in this format, it's the, not the teacher that's gonna be called away from teaching to handle the behavior of the kids. But the others assisting her are gonna be trained to know how to deal with that. And I think anytime you can spread the information, spread the ability to spread the difference to make it for a better situation for the kids, rather than, people are not all the same. And I mean, I can see it. We have an opportunity here for the paraprofessional growth, that they can obviously take a short course and move from one level to another, and then another course and move themselves on up, so that they are more involved and knowledgeable, and ability has increased. Their skills have changed. So this is our opportunity to discuss.
Well, I wanted to respond to what Rick added to his presentation.
We can't have the audience having conversations with staff at this point. So if you had questions during his presentation, that's when it should have been.
A question to what he added, so I couldn't have a question to it during his presentation because he just added.
Right. Unfortunately, at this point in time, the conversation is amongst the board.
I think there'll be another opportunity for sure.
Okay. Oh, no, now Erica, is this your discussion? Then Erica can present the next item.
Yeah, I
You ready to move on?
Okay.
Ready to move on?
All right.
Oh, there she is. I'm like, where is she?
The next section is approval of resolution 22-16-17, reduction in staff, special education, certificated.
Thank you. So, good evening. After, I know, much discussion and ideas and just planning ahead and looking ahead, taking into consideration the FitMath study, the special education task force, all of the recommendations that have come about from this lengthy process, I come before you as part of the HR department and following all of the human resources procedures with Board Resolution 22-16/17, reduction in staff. Again, this is for special education, a particular kind of service, and only regarding certificated staff members. The board has a copy of the resolutions also in the packet. And what I'm asking is for a vote to consider this resolution, allowing for for me as the HR director to move forward with ed code policy and procedures and timelines, where I'm bound to a March 15th deadline of notifying staff should this resolution go forward. So at this moment, if there's any questions regarding the particular information on the resolution, there's background information, and it's all based off of the presentation that we just heard. The particular ed codes that are involved are also cited. It's ed code 44955 section C, which states that I'm required to either personally give or send by registered mail a written notice that the employee is on the district's proposed layoff list by March 15th.
Have any questions?
No, I just compared the resolution to the schedule and it agrees. So, I'll say, again, it is incredibly difficult. We all know it. But I think it has to be done. And I don't think it reduces our commitment to the community or the special ed community by taking the recommendations of FCMAT into account. And, what this plan is. So I'll make a motion that we approve it.
Approve resolution 2216-17.
Yes.
Do I have a second? I'll second it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Thank you.
Ready, Driver?
Okay, so we just heard a slice of the district reorganization. Yes, you want to take a break?
Please.
Absolutely. Yes. 10 minutes, 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
You're back. I know, I had to go prior. There's cookies.
You're not mine.
So it was really actually different for different classes. So I got, it's actually not a bad class. Wait, let's just have this. Yeah, I kind of disrespectful that district is doing that, laying off of people who've been with you all of this time before you do the rubrics for those kids, because you are going to have to hire. Again, that would be chaos. We don't have that. I mean, do we have an agreement that there are 30 extra employees now? That would be so responsible to have 30 extra employees for 3 years, right? They would, many of those days are very needed. Do you have some that you might have? Maybe. But how is it that you can lay off on that end without doing that? Which I have decided is very good rubric. On the front end, I believe that should have been done first because it's already in place as a procedure. Why was that not done before this proposal? We had without doing the front end step, and then these teachers. I they shouldn't get laid off. You're then going to hire on that other end. They've been good employees, they're good evaluations. I think that's really doesn't respect them, and they're already underpaid, and they're the last one just on programs.
and my kids will get hurt without my kids. I don't understand why. Like I said, there are things that I really support. I don't understand why this program is right, and I have to take that. We have our case sites here in this district. And parents come and take sites and they're always there. And it takes years to settle them down that we're a team and not a party. And I feel like that. I have a child in infant that probably went to law enforcement. And no one is doing this. Where's the 6-month evaluation to say anything? It doesn't happen. I know this stuff happens. That's supposed to happen. And first, things should be fixed, and those things should be done in the staffing levels. You know, Cindy, like I said, I have a child that came to the high school and she doesn't go to me. So I do not have a one-on-one. But you know that child has support. Of course that child has support. The paperwork is sloppy. And I think you really need to look at what the ratios are and fix that on the front end before you raise people on the back end. Especially if you want to be so and that's true. I'm not.
The timelines have been there. And you have to decide. And we're not looking at her. I look forward to seeing you all. Like, about how long they have. It's not a fix. I don't where
The high school people do.
Okay, let's go ahead and we're ready to go. District. You ready? Okay, so the district reorganization and reallocation of resources, what we heard with special education earlier, small slice of this bigger plan. This has been in the works for several months. Board work on it, cabinet work on it, administrator work on these items. This is meant to be the very highest view, as the details of the plan need to be worked out collaboratively with staff. And we saw earlier sharing the dashboard, some information about our district, and it's along with that and our math pathways, things of special education, all of those under this umbrella of the reorganization and reallocation. Okay, so why are we doing this? We're doing this because when I first came on and was asked I was given tasks by my board, and wanting to meet those, went and made sure that I talked to as many people as possible. And so spent the first 90 to 100 days talking to anyone and everyone, having the superintendent meet and greet, inviting everyone to that, advertising it in the newspaper, meeting with our parent groups, the DLACs, the migrant families. I went and visited every staff meeting, spoke with our union leaders, spoke with city leaders, spoke with the county superintendent, other superintendents. I spoke with over 600 different stakeholders and asked them what were the things that were valued here, what were the things that we did well here, how is your child doing, what are some additional things that you would like to see, what are some opportunities. And what was interesting is when I asked them the opportunity question, I posed it this way: what opportunities do you see for us to work on collaboratively? So getting out there right away that the things that we were going to change and work on here would happen in collaboration with all the different stakeholders. Kept all that data, and Jesus put all that data into a massive table, and so that we can look for trends as to what our community, all the stakeholders had to say. There were several strengths, and I wrote that in my mid-year message to staff that we're seeing, so we can build upon those strengths. But what are the opportunities that we have to work on collaboratively to move forward? And here were the main opportunities across stakeholders, as well as doing data reviews, looking at all the pertinent documents. This is when the FICMAP report was found. When you have 3 new people in leadership and we're digging and trying to learn, that's what happens. So what are the opportunities that we can work on collaboratively? This is what our community, our stakeholders, being all stakeholders, had to say in a trend. This wasn't just one person or 2 people. Yes?
So some of this data is from the meet and greet?
Yes. Some of the data is from the meet and greets from, it all got dumped into a massive database and then organized and looked for themes. So a systems change is needed. This isn't just let's go buy a new purple binder, let's go buy a new seat, let's go buy this. It's definitely something systemically. We don't have 2 schools achieving and 3 schools not. We don't have where it's isolated. When I looked at the things and we evaluated, it's really things in our system. It's not one person or one place.
I just want to say on those specifically, I've heard them from parents, from staff, and even made that observation myself. I think on bullet number 4, the standardized process.
Yes.
And practices at all of our schools, I think was something from early on the board that I think was very clear from parents. I just want to know that if I go here and hit go here, for whatever reason, that I can expect the same type of customer service, expectations, standards, processes, and it was like that. And so I'm glad that you've actually identified those things that have been a topic of conversation for some time.
Right, and you can ask our administrators. We tackled a few things right away that, okay, these things need to be standardized right away, and they came together and talked about how that was going to happen. And then you're hearing about things that need to be standardized, like standardized response to intervention, standardized student study team processes, standardized assessments at our site. So yeah, there's still context. There's still autonomy, but there's things that need to be in place that are standardized. So what does that mean, systemic change? What does that mean so that all of our students are achieving compared to their peers? I've been asked, what peers? Well, I can look at a 7th grade math class at Calaveras where all of the students met or exceeded on the math benchmark and compare it to another 7th grade class in our district where 25% have met. So there's differences in our own schools, as well as differences of achievement in our like peer groups throughout the state. So we know we have to get to the basics of English language arts, English language development, and math. And so what does that mean? And what is the really wonderful thing is other people have figured this out. It's not that we don't know what to do. There are hundreds and hundreds of research studies, hundreds and hundreds of other districts, hundreds and hundreds of other people that have done these things and have had success with students like ours. So these are the things that we need to make sure we're doing systemically. We're doing it at Cerro Vista, we're doing it at Calaveras, we're doing it at Rancho. These are systemic things. And we've heard, there's a lot that Rick shared. So what needs to happen for our special education staff needs to happen for our general education staff. One of the reasons of making an ed services branch that houses general ed, special ed, student services, and technology is for this alignment, is for this communication. So we know that he mentioned professional development, instructional coaching, of course, high likelihood of change in classroom practice with that. We know that we need to maximize what a professional learning community is. We are still learning what that means. We've implemented it. We've implemented something called PLCs. We can get a maximum benefit of that. It is one of the most influential factors in student achievement, but we haven't implemented it to the way to maximize the benefit. Not anyone's fault. We just need to coach that up, get that out there, standardize the practice, and support folks in doing that. You see that we also are calling for response to intervention and designated ELD by development. We also want students provided with intervention when needed. Those math students you heard that talked about, how can we provide intervention for students before they get identified for special ed? Is there something we can do to head that off in kindergarten, first grade, second grade, so that we can see, yes, this is truly a student that does qualify and does need to go into special ed. We also know that we need to systemically look at our culture and our climate. Again, using research, we're bringing in Capturing Kids' Hearts, the first, I think, August 8th and 9th. We will have the majority of our staff trained, what that discipline looks like, how we will work with students, making sure teachers and students are in a feedback loop. Teacher expectation is the #1 factor on student achievement. Students knowing what they're capable of and knowing that they are capable is the #3 factor. So we need to make sure that we have a standardized process of student and teacher feedback. And working on what that'll look like. That'll come from a collaborative effort. We also, those local indicators, we need to yearly do parent surveys, staff surveys, and student surveys, yearly. Some staffs, schools may choose to do it twice a year, which is great, because then they can get more feedback. But this does need to become part of our culture, that we are annually asking for feedback, and not just how do you feel, but making sure that all the different facets of our parent community have a chance to talk specifically about how they're engaged, whether it be in migrant, English learner, a child who perhaps is taking geometry, that they have a place to put their ideas and thoughts. And then track that from year to year. Another piece of data for our progress. And so we've talked a lot about professional development. So we better have a plan for it and a structure for it, and we better budget for it. And we better make sure that we have the right experts in there supporting us implementing it. I truly believe in developing teacher leaders. We have some great teachers in our district who can bring their expertise to the forefront. But we also have some areas where we need to bring in outside experts, where we just don't quite have that capacity yet. So making sure that if we train you on something, that you also have feedback about how you're implementing in the classroom through coaching. Making sure that staff have choice. When I was a first-year teacher, I needed one thing. When I was a third-year teacher, I needed another. When I was a 15-year teacher, I needed something totally different. If we expect teachers to differentiate, we need to differentiate. There's some things that need to be standardized, like here's the new ELD, English Language Arts adoption, that has standardized training on it. Implementing it, maybe you've tried a few other things and you can be in one room. If you're a brand new teacher, they need some basics. So we need to make sure that we have some things that are standardized, some that's differentiated, and you know what, sometimes I just want a choice. Let's have a whole bunch of workshops that are offered on this PD Day and choose your own adventure. And then that's a great place for our teacher leaders to present on their passion and share that with their peers. We are going to use a variety of compensation. We want to encourage people to move over on the salary schedule. So perhaps taking some of our professional development, and that's what they get, is they can then submit to move over on the salary schedule. Paying them their daily rate, scheduling it during the regular workday, and then some things can just be volunteer. This is something fun, come out and do this. So making sure we have a variety of that. And then we want to become our own business support provider. This may be in collaboration with the county office. Crystal and I are talking about that. It'd be a very strong partnership, but we know that we need to become our own provider. One, for cost, but two, that our folks won't have to travel, and we can then apply and get funds to help our classified staff become certificated teachers, which is very exciting. So this is a frame, the details of it. We need to go ahead and figure that out collaboratively. And we've begun building that framework with our administrators. We're about ready to bring in our teacher team with that. So with those systemic changes so that we can improve student achievement, what are some ways that we can reorganize and reallocate? So reallocate means we may be taking funds, some from one thing, to pay for another. That's a need. So we've evaluated this thing, and it's not getting the highest impact, but we know we need this thing, so let's put the money there. Are there ways of reorganizing so that we're more efficient and effective? Are there ways of reorganizing where we can save money? So first, starting at the district office, we're going to go from 4 top leadership positions to 3. And that will give us a net savings of $90,000. Making branches, as I said before, of ed services being gen ed, special ed, and tech, so that everything a teacher touches or the instructional program that we're offering to students is housed in one branch for collaboration and they talking with each other. Human resources, and then the business branch. I think the human resources will have the same functions as now, business same, but if we get rid of the general assistant suit, those duties have to go someplace else. So in putting the new duties with those 3 branches, it's moving those positions up to assistant suit positions because they have more responsibility. But there won't be no more director there. So you won't have an assistant suit and a director. You just have an assistant suit. So in reorganizing in that way, we'll be more efficient, we'll be more effective, we'll have better communication and collaboration, and we'll save $90,000. Another reallocation, something that is needed, now we need someone to run that BITSA program, is creating a principal on special assignment.
You know what BITSA is?
Beginning teachers, because he has someone in BITSA. So someone to because right now we pay the new teacher project to run BITSA, so that money that we're paying the teacher project will then pay for the coordinator. So it's not taking money out of the pot, it's reallocating money that's already being put out and now paying for our in-house person. That's not a full-time job. So we also need to beef up our early childhood education program in preschool, TK, and kindergarten. We know that that's the beginnings of a successful school career. So what should that look like? What's the developmentally appropriate program there? And we should have at least one TK at every site. It blows my mind that we don't. It's free 4-year-old preschool. And we get them ready to enter into kindergarten. So we have not done a good job with getting out into the community and letting them know about that. So that has to be part of the plan. But the preschool, TK, and kindergarten need to work together as an early childhood program.
That could be a full day?
Yep, full day. And then this person will be the grant writer for the new STEM and arts. Our parents and community were very clear that they want more offering around STEM and the arts. And it's been shown to engage students who aren't engaged in other kinds of academics, and it's truly preparing them for the workforce they'll be entering in, and it's enriching.
Science, technology, engineering, and math.
There you go, oh my gosh. So this position, Greg, can you come up here and interpret that?
Yeah.
This position will actually be a revenue generator, because when we're a business support provider, we can't bring, we won't have to pay someone else. So we'll have that savings. We can also have teachers from other districts come and get bids up from us. And so they don't have to travel to Monterey. And then the grants that this person will be writing, they'll be overseeing them. They'll be the principal investigator for the grants. So we can write a portion of their salary into the grants. Okay. Creating a coordinator of educational technology to continue with our Google certification efforts and support the classroom implementation of technology. With our math adoption, there was a technology component. With our new English language arts and ELD adoption, there'll be a technology component. And how do you integrate the Google Suite for productivity? Having students use Google Docs, Google Slides, having them do networking. There's a need to have that. Right now, our director of technology does all of our infrastructure of wiring and our teacher PD, and he worries about the student information system. Okay, it's too much on the plate with the new curriculum coming with so many technology components. So again, this position will be funded through restricted funds, not the unrestricted, but restricted funds that are just can be used for professional development and working with teachers, as well as writing some grants. Yes.
So this has always been a concern of mine. Some of the other reports we've reviewed where we had principals reporting as positive the number of minutes per week kids were on Google, and of course the Google certification. Is this the appropriate time to ask the question, connect the dots for me on, like, I mean, again, a coordinator of educational technology to continue our Google certification efforts. How does that lead to better student outcomes, measurable better student outcomes? I mean, why would I feel good about this position?
Mm-hmm. So one, they'll be able to access the coordinator will help them access the curriculum, the ELA and the ELD and the math curriculum. But specifically around the Google, I think what you brought up was part of the point. When we had folks report out about how many minutes they were on their devices, they weren't on their devices using Google for productivity. They were on their devices doing some sort of independent instruction on English language arts or on math. So if you look at the SBAC test, the new state test, which is done on the computer, and you look at a performance task, in the performance task, students are asked to use the web to research and then go and create something. We need to have our students learn how to use the web to research, identify resources, what are evidence in those resources on the web, and then how to create something from those. So they're asking, the state not only is asking students to show what they know using productivity, but they're expecting us to teach kids how to use technology for productivity. And we know that there is a portion of our students that will go into that sort of workforce that we need to credit for.
Yeah, well, the career thing at this age doesn't thrill me, or, you know, is not as important, but will it lead to, I'm going to say it, higher test scores?
I believe it will, because you're teaching them how to use a device that gives them access to more information, gives them access to produce something. That in of itself, no. I would not hire someone just to do Google. That would not be a good use of money. I want to hire somebody to help us implement the technology components of the curriculum and to help students become more productive on their device. And it is a way that they have to show what they know, and it is a state expectation.
The more they're used to figuring out how to do something on the computer, internet and writing reports and things like that, just increase their level of confidence in taking even the test.
That I get, because, you know, there's a huge amount of population, you know, we'll call it 10 years ago, they didn't have a computer in their house and internet access and stuff like that. Where we are today, we probably have many more that are, but just a couple that aren't. Yet we're asking them to take tests. Their standardized tests are on a computer these days, right? So I sort of get that. It's just, you know, I still want kids, I want to see them writing some things out, reading some books, you know, turning pages and all that other stuff.
Agreed. And that is what we will be doing. We
So
will
maybe
be
the
having a
question-
variety of media.
Maybe the question is related to like Google certification.
Mhm.
What are without getting obviously too detailed, what is the purpose of Google certification?
It's so that a teacher knows how to use the Google suite of tools. Does a teacher know how to use Google Docs? Does a teacher know how to use Google Slides? Do they know how to use a Google spreadsheet? Do they know how to go on YouTube and find appropriate videos, make a channel for kids for instructional purposes? Do they know how to create a website for their class? A lot of our, in fact, Peter, you went to a class with me and observed the 8th grade class that was using Google Classroom. And all the kids were working independently in Google Classroom on a variety of tasks that they were choosing from. And they were doing reading, they were looking at websites, they were doing simulations. It's so that teachers can do that.
Just maybe because, yeah, I didn't want to assume like my father-in-law says, just Google it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well,
No,
you know, not wasting time just researching.
I guess my point is, you know, if you're college bound, and I think if you're going into one of the professional vocations like police, fire, and so on and so forth, but for the SAT, ACT, and the PSAT, you're not taking that test on the computer.
Today, no, it's there. They're moving that way. Today, this
They can't be
moment.
that far behind.
It's
Yeah,
basically a
it's happening.
language that needs to be understood.
Yeah, it's happening. Yeah.
But it's its own language.
I had to take the GRE for my doctorate on the computer. And that was 7 years ago. And it was the first computer test I've ever taken. And I'm not a child of reading on the computer and I had to take the GRE in order to get into a doctoral program on the computer. I was freaked out. Because it's like I wanted to, you know, highlight and do all my stuff and can't do that.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, kind of like telecommuting now, I mean, for all different reasons, people are using computers.
Yeah.
So it's an opportunity, and I, you know, I'm seeing where Rob's coming from. He wants to, which you know, it's like you want to have an A to C effect. You know, the A is going to produce B and then C. And eventually it's gonna get the kid to where they're not only proficient in knowing how to use a computer, but it's actually directing them to being successful in test taking and even showing that they're actually producing results. It gets them to the next level in their education.
Yeah. All right,
So
I'm gonna try to get it up going here.
So creating this is also going to be built into our technology plan, overall plan, that I know was created and has, evolved and whatnot, but, because I know you will oversee this person as an extension of you to kind of branch out to every piece of technology we've got on site and, et cetera.
As a bridge into educational services, using technology as a transformative tool in the classroom, as opposed to just learning the devices, learning how to support them and use them to actually be productive.
So the next reallocation will be the manager of maintenance. We currently have a director of facilities who is responsible for taking care of all of the day-to-day, as well as moving forward these bond projects that total more than our whole budget. So the responsibilities of our director of facilities in the last 2 years has changed dramatically. And it's just the amount of work is huge. With the day-to-day has even changed, because as we've modernized, we now have all of these new systems in place. The heating, the ventilation, the air is all new, that calls for a new skill set. So much so that the state has called for us to put a plan in place and give it to them on how we're going to keep putting these systems in, maintain these systems, and still move towards more and more energy efficiency. Now, the state's given us some money for this, Prop 39, and so we're going to use those funds to pay for this, because partly paid, majority of it will be paid out of Prop 39, so that we can, two things, make sure that we're meeting the state expectations for maintenance and safety of these energy efficient systems, but also to manage more of the day-to-day load so that our director of facilities can have his attentions more, well, they're not going to be more on the bond, they're already there, but it's just, he sleeps 2 hours a day.
I think for me, the question for this one specifically is, since it's only utilizing Prop 39 funds, and those will eventually go away. And so what is the plan? Are we planning on just having this position till Prop 39 funds are exhausted and then it goes away? So is it based on funding? What is the objective, I think, and the longevity of this, being that we're increasing with another school and we are updating all of our systems. So the infrastructure just within this department needs to grow.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, I understand the technical part and the skill set. And so one person, and then the money just for funding purposes being brought in from Prop 39, how are we going to evaluate that department to really consider the longevity and the productivity in addressing all of these ongoing maintenance and improvements that we made, so that we can ensure that our facilities are well maintained?
So we are hearing Prop 39 is going to continue. So that's a plus, and we just got back from cash. Given that if Prop 39 was to go away, then we would have to examine the funding. But we have maintenance funds are to be used to maintain our facilities. And so this is about maintaining our facilities. This needs to be a manager because they need to manage staff underneath them. They need to manage the staff that's out there doing the day-to-day maintenance. and then report to the director. So, yeah, we'd have to sit and look at it with Prop 39. Right now, that's the majority because we have this task that needs to be done. We're hearing it's going to continue because districts are nowhere ready to do this without the additional funding. We also want to use safety funds to fund this position because that's a major part of the day-to-day maintenance is making sure things are safe. And then, of course, the maintenance fund for reasons, obvious reasons.
But this is an opportunity to build capacity also, isn't it?
Absolutely. And it's just as Liz said, I mean, this department this will not be the first time you're hearing about this. We have to build the capacity of our maintenance department with everything we're building and with all the new systems that are being put in.
And I think for me, what concerns me is creating more of I want to make sure that we're able to have enough funds to expand the department.
Yes.
I mean, I understand, the need, perhaps, things change with the restructuring of, to oversee our maintenance, but would it just be the maintenance, or would it be also maintenance and custodial?
Custodial are supervised by principals.
Okay. And I know in the summertime when principals are not around,
the principals are we have a meeting with the principals of JC on March 20th, and they're talking about that. Okay. The principal is the supervisor of the custodian. They have never had the opportunity to supervise the custodian over the summer. It's always been JT, but that is changing.
Okay.
Well, not that it's changing. We're just going to have the principal supervise the custodians as they're supposed to year round.
Because I know in the past it fell under, the maintenance department, having even a night manager. He would rotate through all the schools just to make sure that if the guys needed something or somebody was short-handed, he'd pitch in, help out. And so I think in best assessing and ensuring that even our custodians that we've added back, our custodians, that they're actually supported. Because I know with even the high school night custodians, they feel like they're on their own.
Yeah.
They're on an island by themselves. Nobody really pays attention to me. I'm invisible.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to make sure that, if we brought in somebody, that they actually have someone that they can go to with a consistency and a standard as well. Because I think we do different things at different sites. The expectations are very different.
Yep.
Some that have, the gyms and what they're expected to do, and they're not expected to do at other places. So I think it's just hammering that out and making sure that, we're utilizing positions like this, management positions, that best address these concerns.
The need, yeah. Agreed. Anything put in needs to be addressing a need, and you'll see that it's standardization of procedures up there is the very first piece of it. But we agree, and yes. So now moving on to the school sites, and so what will reorganization and reallocation look like at the school sites? So just as special education has staffing ratios, so does every other position. And CASBO, the California Association of School Business Officials, has staffing ratios for assistant principals. And we also have historical staffing ratios here. Because when we were doing our document review, we found some from 2002 and 2008. And based on those staffing ratios, I will tell you that even reducing 4.0 FTE, we are still well above what other schools and schools that we have the size, school districts of our size, well above the assistant principal staffing ratio. So we looked at what the student need was, what would be equal. And CASBO and our historical staffing ratios is all based on number of kids. And based on that, we ended up reducing one assistant principal at each middle school and a half of an assistant principal at 4 of our elementary schools. And so now when you look at the staffing of assistant principals, it is based on size and still, as I said, higher than what the CAS vote, just like we did with special ed recommendation. We don't want to go real tight, have some space and some room there for some flexibility. So both of our priority schools have the same amount of assistant principal now. And they'll be sharing. We have one assistant principal that will be going between 2 school sites. One will be going between Sarah Vista and Lad Lane, and one will be going between Sunny Slope and R.L. Hardin. And the principal selected those people. Okay. So here's where we are intersecting with special education. We want to make sure we have that coordinator of behavioral mental health services that you saw on the special ed. We will host mental health interns. Rick is already in conversations with CSU Monterey Bay about that, and then creating the principal of regional programs. So what kind of administrative support will happen at the site? If we're going to reduce assistant principals, reduce those, that money, we need to reallocate it for the need. And the need is having that regional principal for special education and having behavioral mental health supports, as was called out for in the FCMAT study. So we reallocated general education administrators to special education administrators. There has been questions about the funding. We will be taking a proposal to SELPA in March. All of us do, not just us, but the entire SELPA brings their budget forth in March, and we'll begin those conversations. From the moment I arrived, I have talked about the need for mental health and behavior support in this district, in this county. And the idea of the principal on regional programs was way before me. So it was a position and an idea that was brought to me.
Liz, I know it's getting late and we all want to get out of here, but can you just briefly just tell me what the life of an assistant principal would be, splitting half the time at one school and half the other life?
I did it.
Okay.
Yeah, I lived that life. So there's this model. This model is used in several districts. Again, the principals will decide. So the principal of Lad Lane and Sarah Vista will come together and decide how they want to utilize that person. They'll be given different models to look at. Will you have, they're at this site for the morning and then this site in the afternoon and then rotate that next week? Will you do an every other day full day? Will you do morning? They have to decide what they're going to have that assistant principal do. And we want it to be similar based on need. And then they'll decide the schedule and the rotation. And then they'll have to mid-year evaluate it, see how it's going, and then move from there. But it's got to be based on the needs of the students at that site.
Yeah, no, I just, I always like, employees at a school site to know every child's name.
They will.
Okay.
That's my expectation, and that's always their expectation. Yeah.
Just frequent flyers, huh?
No, every child. So this is where the other reallocation how this comes to you in the form of certificated staff and then classified staff. And so we have evaluated all the programs and all the positions. We've used research to evaluate it. We've looked for redundancy. We've asked what's the need. How does this position fill that need? How has it contributed to student achievement? What does research say about this program and student achievement? What does our own data say? And we've looked at all the positions, and then we've looked at staffing ratios, and then we're making those recommendations. Some things will be eliminated, reduced. Some things will be added. It's just all based on its contribution to student achievement, and has it been a proven resource or position, and what is the need of our current students. Okay. One of those is the resource teacher, and this is not a special education position, that's a resource specialist. A resource teacher is a general education position. And they do a variety of duties at the school site. They help with testing. Part of their day, they do work with kids because they're multi-funded and need to do that. With the Title I funds that they're done, they do some textbook inventorying. I'm going to sell it short. I know that because they do a multitude of tasks. So we looked at that, decided that there is some redundancy in that position. There are some things that can be taken on by other positions at the site, other positions here at the district office. And so we've given the principal the option of phasing them out this year. And so starting next year with an instructional coach, or phasing them out the following year and then getting the instructional coach. So it's moving that so that we can institute the instructional coaching.
I thought the resource teacher was the one that was doing RTI.
Some places, yeah.
Oh, but it wasn't consistent that.
No, it's another one of
This is a
those.
job description?
So we'll need to be sitting down and looking at every site, figuring out how they're going to, what they're going to do with the duties that they're currently have their resource teacher fulfilling. Okay, and the principals have chosen when they want to have that phase out, and then they'll work together on, okay, how do we, where do these duties lie? What do we really need? We may need to hire, if there's a big missing piece, like, you know what, we really need to hire some clerical folks to help with textbook distribution. Then that's something we'll need to do. Also at the sites, looking at the classified folks, and again, looking at CASBO, our historical staffing ratios, and looking at all those folks and how they're allocated. We don't know that because we haven't determined those staffing ratios yet. I can tell you that we are currently staffed much higher than our staffing ratios from 2002, from 2008, and from what CASBO has in place. But the principals are currently working with cabinet on what those staffing ratios should be. And when we're ready to roll those out, then we'll roll them out.
Just a question on the migrant liaisons.
Yes.
It's a separate entity within its
right
self, its own, funding.
Right.
Those positions are basically allocated based on funding. So, I'm curious on how the CASBO would be relevant to a migrant liaison if it's a federally funded position.
Should you have one migrant liaison for 5,000 students or one migrant liaison for 500 students? Because we can take our migrant funds and use it. Yes, it's restricted, but if we're going to have migrant liaisons, we need to make sure that they are dispersed in a way that they'll be effective, not just say, well, we're going to have one for all the 5,000 students here, and then we're going to do this other stuff with our migrant funds that we still can do with migrant funds, but we're really not giving the student the service to the kids and the families.
Yeah, because that's based on the service agreement.
Absolutely.
Develop within that structure of that specific program to then distribute the salaries and services and how you're going to allocate for the following year. So, that's a whole separate piece of migrant that is structured and directed on how those positions and how many and what they will actually be providing services to migrant students.
Right. And that will continue, and we will follow the guidelines, and the services will remain as indicated by the MOU.
Okay.
Maybe you read what I'm saying.
Yes.
Okay, good. And so then looking at our programs, we also need to see if they're being effective. If we're spending $1 million on an English language arts and English language development adoption, we need to make sure that we implement it fully and not over supplement it. And so what we've had to do over the last few years is buy supplemental reading materials because we didn't have a curriculum, right? So now we're gonna have a curriculum. So then we need to evaluate of the ones that we bought as a stopgap, which ones do we need to pull back? Okay. That's it? Okay, question? And we have a speaker.
We have 2 speaker cards. Anna? I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your last name. Santian.
Okay, have 3 minutes.
Yes, 3 minutes.
So my name is Anna Santian. I'm the mother of Joshua Santian, who's a 9-year-old. He's a 4th grader at Cerro Vista. And he has been diagnosed with dyslexia. And as of the 3rd grade, he's a 4th grader who reads at a 2nd grade level. But 3rd grade last school year was a turning point for him. Working with the school and the district, and specifically his resource teacher and his entire team, because he has OT, he has speech pathologist, and mainly he works with his resource teacher and his general education teacher. He went from a preschool reading level in the 3rd grade to a 2nd grade reading level in a matter of months, in a matter of 3 to 4 months. Joshua also is in need of a para or a one-on-one aid because he has behavioral, not like strong behavioral issues, but he lacks focus. He has auditory processing that doesn't, in the general classroom, he won't take in, follow along what is going on in the classroom. He cannot access his 4th grade curriculum that is given to his peers because he is reading at a 2nd grade level. Yet he only has 1 hour a day of one-on-one aid. We have requested more one-on-one for him, but it has been informed to us by the school that there aren't, our paras are stretched thin, our special education is stretched thin. More support is needed in special education, not cuts. More support is needed as more children are being affected by learning disabilities and learning differences. You probably all know this, but 1 in 5 is affected by learning differences. And we probably have or know a child with a learning difference or who needs help. Our children need more support in the classroom. I am all for the STEM and the arts. I have a bachelor's in graphic design, advertising, a minor in advertising. I am all for the arts, but I am also all for special education. We need more support, and in general, our teachers need support. They can't do it all. And have one line. As a parent of a special needs child, I know it's been maybe been decided on, but I would respectfully ask that you all reconsider the reallocation and replanification plan and make more room for special education funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Cheryl Bruce.
Good evening again. I am speaking for Betsy Lene, who had a parent moment that she needed to attend to. So, so this is what she wanted me to convey to you, that we have received some feedback from members, and HESTA leadership would like to just share with you what our members have been saying about the reorganization, reallocation plan, as well as the special education task force. You've already heard from a number of people tonight, and what we have heard so far is that people just aren't sure what to think, as they're not sure how it may directly affect them themselves in their classrooms. We all recognize that within education, change occurs frequently. I personally have gone from a skill-based language arts program to whole language, then back to phonics, and so the pendulum continuously swings. However, if we can better serve our children, that's what really counts. Many are concerned that even though administration changes show a cost savings, it has the perception of the district office being top-heavy. Our special ed staff is concerned about the newly hired regional principal and that he has no special education experience with which to evaluate programs, student progress, or staff performance. Many are concerned at what the loss of our resource teachers will truly look like and how it will affect their jobs. One of our resource teachers presented us with a 3-page itemized list of the tasks that they do. So I appreciate Dr. Andrew said that you were going to be selling them short. And it's a very detailed, very complicated job that they do. People are concerned about the reduction in VPs and how that will affect schools. There are just a lot of questions that won't really be able to be answered or even thought about until the plan is rolled out. Members are concerned as to how the special ed task force changes will affect teachers, CSEA members, but specifically the children that we serve. Betsy wanted to acknowledge and thank Dr. Andrew for the Q&A that was put out to everybody. It's an example of the transparency that we all strive for. Again, we understand change happens. We're all just curious as to what this will look like in its final phases. Communication with HESTA leadership, the district, and the board will be important as we go through this transition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Almost 10:30. According by law 9323, you have to take a vote and we're even adjourn.
Need to take a vote.
Yes. Do you want to continue, or do you want to, what is it to?
Someone has to make a motion to continue.
For how long?
We have
Just until we finish.
we have a meeting on 7. Well,
We still have another resolution.
Oh.
We still have,
Well, are we allowed to discuss before I make a motion? I'd like to get through the next action item, the approving of policies and administrative regulations. I would like to move that.
Okay.
So how much time do you think we need?
And Jesus?
13I, we just learned from one council today that needs to be approved.
Is that
it's 13I.
First reading.
The first reading, board policy,
They
and
want that as
administrative
final.
regulations.
Okay, got it.
As a final?
They want it as a final.
It's the bond, the thing that we pulled for discussion.
13I?
I would make a motion that we suspend our board meeting.
All right, how many minutes?
Cover at one point.
It would be to complete the agenda.
Oh,
The board policies are,
They're quick.
they're quick.
I'll second the motion.
So, half an hour?
You
Extend it to half an hour?
Jesus, if we can fix it up. Do you want a York peppermint patty?
Do we have to take an actual vote?
Yeah.
You know, yeah, we can tie it up.
Huh?
Yes. or no?
Did we have a second on the motion?
I second it.
Rob second.
Okay. Then, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Does it post?
And honestly, I think it deserves a little bit more due diligence, but.
Well, we can, as we get to each other, we can table it.
So we're at the discussion, amongst yourselves around the reality plan.
So approval of that this reallocation is not so much saying yes to everything, it's just on you moving forward on, basically doing our due diligence.
Right, so this is just discussion.
Yeah, this is 13G.
This is 13G, you're discussing, if you have any questions or want discussions on what was just presented. The next resolution is the certificated portion of what I just presented.
The next portion.
The next item, 13H,
Oh.
is the certificated portion of what I just presented.
The redactions.
Yeah, because they need to be notified by March 15th.
We have that other resolution that we have to approve.
So I just want to acknowledge, obviously a lot of thought has
Yeah.
gone into the reallocation and everything around it. And, you know, I think it's a great work product. I'm glad we're not implementing all of it because I do want to digest some of the things. But the one thing that I do know is, to some degree, even though we have some incredible success programs, I mean, you know, when we look at like how we rolled out HDLA over, you know, several years and AAA and programs like that, you know, thought went into it. We delivered a great product. Now we're looking at the broader school district. And the one thing, you know, I know of in education or in and other things, just pouring money into something doesn't necessarily make it better. But when you do say, well, how is the money I have being spent? You do oftentimes end up with a much better product, and this report reflects it. I also just want to, we have to acknowledge, I don't know what the percentage is, but it's huge. A huge amount of what we do up here and what the administrators have to deal with, and the change that somebody brought up, the changes that occur, have nothing to do with us up here. They are the result of what happens in Sacramento. So when we are changing how we measure things constantly, and we are changing standards, and we are changing curriculum, and all of these board policies that we haven't even gotten to here today, you know, you need to be talking to State Senator Anthony Cannella, Assemblywoman Ana Cabrera, and Congressman Jimmy Panetta, and Governor Brown. Because what gets in the way of a lot of time of us making faster progress or building on things that are getting good are not in our control, but it's at that level. Just wanted to get, you know, say that. We're doing the best we can, and this team and our administrators and our principals and our teachers, we can do great jobs, we really can. But some days we have to realize a lot of this is not in our control. So I feel better now.
And I think for me personally, I think we always see, I think the comment that was stated that we're creating a system of being too top heavy. And that's looked at historically in this district as something extremely bad. And I think it's looked at in every district that way. Because I think that in your reaching out to even with staff, you know, we don't want to create a system that's going to cause more red tape for everyone to access services, to access people, to get direction, to get feedback right away. And, you know, this approach is something that I know in talking with Lisa, she's very passionate, experienced, and researches the heck out of everything. And is basing her direction for our district. And I know for a lot of people, this is a lot of changes in a short amount of time. And it is hard to kind of grapple with that and come to a peace with it. I mean, some things are out of our control and some things are not. But it's all in a matter of perspective. How am I going to take on more responsibility or expectation of what I do for children on a daily basis? I can either take this change and look at it in a negative way or challenge myself and figure out, okay, how am I going to be a part of this change in a positive way? And reductions and changes is something that I think we're all going to grapple with, and it may change and evolve to something different than perhaps what it is now. I think that's what's great about Lisa, is that she's open to those conversations, whether it's working, whether it's not. It's something we need to know, because if it isn't going to be the right approach, we want to make sure that we are going about it the right way. And I think that's what I've appreciated most about Lisa, is her openness and willingness and being humble enough. And I think we all have to have that same approach to each other, to know that we can have these honest conversations with each other, and expectations and accountability as well. I want to be held accountable just as much as I want to hold all of you accountable, because I don't do your job. I can't do your job. And I shouldn't be doing your job. But, you know, I think that accountability and that expectation is important to have. And know that we have each other's back in moving forward to this positive change. And I don't want us to look at this in a negative way, because there are a lot of great things that I think can happen from it. It may look different once we start really assessing how the approach is. But I think we have an amazing opportunity with the leadership we have right now to really look at how we're going to move this district forward. And I know it's a lot, but it's going to be an awesome journey, and I just hope you can trust us enough. And I know that trust is earned. I get it. But we're going to do our darndest to ensure that we do that.
Just something I didn't, thank you, thanks for that. Something I didn't put there, with all the change, the administrative reallocation is going to net, from the administrators only, it's a net $600,000 savings to the district. So while it may seem that this is, I think I drew the whole structure to CSEA yesterday, because they had that question. This room was filled with CSEA.
I'm a CSE person, so that's where my mind goes.
So I drew this because they had that perception. Yes. So I drew it on the board, and they went, oh. And then I said, it's actually 31% of the reduction is coming out of administration, and it's $600,000 that's coming from that. So even though it may, if we had it in an org chart format, you would see it. And it's like the principal on special assignment is self-funded. So it's not an additional, cost or additional bureaucratic piece for teachers to go through. But I know that the way it's presented there, it's hard to see that. Mm-hmm. But it's a $600,000 savings to the district, what I just presented to you in administration.
My focus is the kids. And there was something that was said, read, or something in the information that you sent us about the children that need extra help. The one-on-one is not extra help. We need to figure out how to schedule an additional half an hour, 20 minutes, whatever it is. My daughter needed a tutor all the way through high school math. And I paid a lot of them. What does she do now? she teaches 8th grade math. Go figure. I mean, I was ready to wring her neck. But the statement is, you know, don't let the schedule hang you up on getting additional help for those kids that need it. And that's what's sticking in my brain, because what the goal is to get our kids, all of them, achieving at least what grade level, rather than at red or orange, pre-green. I want them all to be reading and enjoying Harry Potter or whatever else, you know, they're interested in. And I know our teachers go to work every day with, they don't go to work with the idea that I'm gonna screw somebody up. So they go to work with, I'm gonna get to these people. I want to see that light come on. That's your reward, isn't it? And to see the light come on where I got it. And something has been keeping him from being able to get that light to come on. And it's not them, and it's not the books, it's not the technology. So it's got to be something in the system. And looking at the system as a whole, based on literature, on research, and collaboration with a lot of important and knowledgeable people, we're going to give the kids the ability to do what we want them to do. We want the teachers to see the light more often and really get a jazz out of what they're doing. Because they're special people. I couldn't do it.
More discussion?
Any other questions? Either?
Right.
Okay, going on to,
Well, that's right.
okay. H.
Yep, we're ready.
13H is approval of resolution 2316-17, reduction in staff for general ed certificated. And Erica's, that's on you again.
Thank you. So before you is resolution 2316-17. Again, it's a certificated reduction in services, and particularly it's for general education. I want to just clarify one more time. On here, the resource teacher is specifically the general education, in the general education setting. I want to make that very clear. I've heard a few comments just standing back there, and this is not the special ed resource teacher, resource specialist. This is general ed. General ed. All of this on here is general ed. So before you have the information, the background information. Again, this complies with the March 15th deadline under Ed Code. Should this be voted and approved, this will allow me to proceed with the proper notifications to certificated general ed staff to move forward with the reduction in force and allow the district to move forward with the district reorganization and reallocation plan that was presented to you tonight.
Thank you. Okay, is there any questions, comments? Do I have a motion to approve resolution 2316-17, the reduction of the staff for general education
Certificated.
We cannot stop saying it, I can't get it right.
I'll make the motion to, that we approve resolution 2316-17.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are those opposed?
Second.
The president seconded.
Oh, no.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now I need a motion to approve the first reading of the board policies listed under 13I. Well, there was only two.
These are all about the resolutions, that this is all making sure that you understand that we're going out to sell bonds.
That was 13.9.
Mhm.
I'll make a motion to approve the sale, the 13I, approval of first reading, board policy administrative regulation.
It has to be, wait a minute, it has to be the final.
Oh, sorry.
So don't we have to make a motion
To amend it?
Yes, you have to make a motion to amend.
No.
No, it doesn't, because the resolution itself is fine. You just have to make a motion that it be the final reading.
I make a motion of 13I being the final reading, board policy administrative regulation 3470, debt issuance and management.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. And next is approval of the first reading of the board policies from October. There's a whole bunch of them.
So moved.
I have to, go ahead.
So
I
moved,
wanted.
and now there's discussion.
So I personally have granted it's, it's CSBA and they're probably advising of the state, doesn't mean I have to like it.
But it's the first reading.
Yeah, well, I don't like it as the first or the second.
Then it means they're going to be studied by the staff.
Yeah.
So tell me which ones, yeah.
So, 13, no, I'm sorry.
Okay.
BP 0410 and AR 6143.
0140 and AR
0410 and then AR 6143.
6143.
Can I ask a question on these remaining items? Is there any, if they are functionary, we're just coming to the law, that we do have questions, is there any real harm in moving this to our next meeting on March 7th?
Nope.
Is there any way I can talk to you guys? I mean, I can stay here, but I know people want to go. I'm very sympathetic to those that are.
You want to make that motion?
Well, I'd ask that the motion be withdrawn.
You tell it, please.
Yeah.
Well, these are first readings, so they would still come back. I mean, whatever, like Peter made a recommendation to have both of these policies. He can actually then speak to Lisa about what his specific concerns are about the two.
And then I can bring them on to discussion action at the next meeting.
Correct.
Who made the motion? Well, we're still discussing it. I'm just thinking about how.
Because I don't know that you can actually pull a board policy out.
For discussion.
Let's put it in the first readings and then we'll delay the second reading.
If you approve the first reading and then we come back and I'll put it on discussion action the second time.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we,
It's not a final approval. So
Right.
let's just review what we're doing. Maybe for myself.
wait,
I'm lost. So what I understand is those two board policies, you would like to have more discussion on them.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's exactly why you have a first read and then a second read. So you can approve the first read, saying we've read them the first time. We want more discussion on these two. And so you're approving the first read. And then I'll bring the two back that you want as discussion action, and the rest will come back next time as the second read.
But if it's been approved the first time, technically it could be voted on for the second.
it's as a draft. The first reading is just as a draft.
As a draft, it doesn't go in anywhere.
So you
Because
can,
I'm not even gonna put them down as a second read. I'm pulling them and putting them in discussion action next time.
Okay.
So they're not even going in as a second read.
I'm gonna remember. Because I
Write
trust
it down.
It's on tape, yeah.
And it's on tape.
I'm confused. Is there a motion on the table?
There is.
There is, I made it.
And what did it say?
Since they are first readings, I make a motion to approve them as first reading.
Okay.
Are you the person that made it?
And then you seconded, Rob.
Nobody said.
Nobody seconded.
Okay, then I will second it. And then we'll talk about these again later.
So we'll talk about the two will be pulled for discussion action, or for discussion. We won't act on them.
Next time.
Next time, they will not be in the second read category. They will be in the discussion category.
We will not move them to that action category until we're ready.
Okay.
So we'll take a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I don't like it, but
Okay.
Okay. Then, all those opposed? All those abstaining?
I said.
Oh, I did.
I thought it was.
Okay. I personally would like to make a motion to
These are both second.
table, bring back, the board policies from 13K and 13I.
K and L.
I'm sorry?
K and L.
K and L.
It's a really long ballot, so. it's-
Okay. Is there a second?
A second.
You second?
Peter, second. All right.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, so we'll bring these
Thank you.
back.
And I also propose that we skip, the board membership report. Board member report.
I'll make a motion. Did you make a motion? Because I'll make the motion.
I'll bid, you can second it.
Okay, I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I just need to review the future agenda items to make sure I'm clear.
Okay.
All right. So future, one, we're having a board meeting on March 7th, 5 o'clock. Closed session, 6 o'clock, open session.
March 7th.
March 7th, next Tuesday. 5 o'clock closed session, 6 o'clock open session. And that will be our second interim report, approval of the audit report that you've all already received. We have also, developer fees are going on the 28th. We have, and I think that's it, right? It's gonna be just that.
So say that again, I'm sorry. I didn't want to-
Second interim and the approval of the audit report that you've already received. These items come on March, help me out, 28th? No, it's a budget audit.
It's this packet.
That packet that you just, that.
Oh, that we didn't.
So you have time to read it in a week. Yes, what is that? It's not the 7th. Someone else is like the end of the
The
month.
joint board meeting.
The 30th, yeah.
Have you turned in your?
I forgot. Can I get, I got one email on it.
Well, how many do you require before we respond?
I need a second reading.
And how, right? How many do you require before you respond? What's the thing?
What's the deadline for that?
Thank you, Jesus. So then, so the 7th is the second interim and approval of the audit report that you received. The next board meeting, which I believe is March 28th, will be, I will be for discussion, bringing BP 0410 and AR 6143, second and first, and then I will be bringing back 13K and 13L. Any other pieces that I may have missed? Should be last before then.
Everybody looks different on the next board meeting.
Thank you. Everyone looks different.
I know, we're.
I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn.
Is there a second?
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Nay.
Thank you all.
Thank you for staying.
Thank you for coming.
Okay.
I gotta get her wife, other than coming, we have to make sure they're.
Oh, okay.
That was my question. Yeah, I thought I could. This is
Okay.
Bye. Yeah.
Okay.
Good night.
You too.
Yeah.
What's left of it?
Go to bed.
8 o'clock in the morning.
Let's let you make that too. As always.
Yeah.
That's
right. I'm tired, but.
Early morning tomorrow too.
Thank you.
When you have a day
Good,
job, it's like,
love
oh, I know. I did.
Jesus, thank you.
Bye.
Good night.
Good night. Ready? Yeah. Bye. Take care.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Okay.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
It sounds like to me that you know how to hold the line, so. Hold the line! Oh.
Walk on.
Watching the window, my back door, I can walk inside.
What is this? It's that. Yes, Juice. She said, once they forget.
He doesn't get to eat.
Rob is concerned that we're not using paper anymore.
Oh,
Awesome job, staff! Woo! Rick, you're still standing, dude? He's a crack. I know. He's still standing, boy.
Night, night.
Night. Night. Take care. Thank you.
Yeah,
Are we good?
I think so.
Don't even tell me a number right now, because I won't even remember it. I don't want to know anything.
I don't think I
Won't
can
stay.
remember right now. It's a good time. Yeah, I better.
All right, thanks, yeah. Bye, babe.
See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow.
That's a great video.
Bye. There's gonna be more. This is just the beginning.
Thank you,
Yeah,
thank you.
this is the beginning of all this, believe me. You think this was perfect, we can go to classified. Okay, everybody, can we just close tomorrow? I know. See you in the morning. Hey, sweetie. You guys did it. Did it. You okay? Still in one piece? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Like trying to zip up jeans.
Have to lay down and pull up. Lay down and pull up. Don't give away our secrets what we do.
They're too busy. Like, whatever. Like, what time is it? Yes, we need to go home. They're coming up.
I have to think
Coming
tomorrow
undone.
to get ready
Coming
for.
undone.
We have to think to get ready for next Tuesday's agenda.
I know,
I haven't
already.
even scheduled any time with you. Do that.
So.
Like what? So I'll be in touch.